has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington, and for the global special interest, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. The political establishment that is trying to stop us is the same group responsible for our disastrous trade deals, massive illegal immigration, and economic and foreign policies that have bled our country dry. The political establishment has brought about the destruction of our factories and our jobs as they flee to Mexico, China, and other countries all around the world. It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. The only thing that can stop this corrupt machine is you. The only force strong enough to save our country is us. The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people. I'm doing this for the people and for the movement, and we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
Okay.
Great ad.
Listen,
pretty goddamn good ad.
That is not like other Republicans. That's him being incredibly populist, right? Yeah. And now I just want to show you, because I'll show you his 2020 closing ad, okay? So you can compare. Okay. Jamie, I DM that to you as well. It's the Trump tweet that says vote, vote, vote. This is what he released today as basically his closing ad. And just look at how different this is.
Okay.
Hold on. Gave me a lead in like I was already ready.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I get excited sometimes. But that was a good ad, right?
That was a damn good ad.
Great fucking ad.
Made me want to take a time machine and go back and vote for him.
I mean, it's a great ad. How is Joe Jorgensen doing?
I don't know.
0.6%.
Imagine if she went
phenomenal.
She's got 0.6%?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is bad.
The dancing.
Well, I don't ever know if we're allowed to play that.
Okay, then mute it, but keep it going, because this is the whole fucking
dancing.
thing, Joe Rogan.
He's just dancing?
Is this the song play the whole time?
I actually don't remember how long it plays.
What is I also got to be honest, I also like this one.
That move, he does that move everywhere.
Yeah, I'm also equally swayed by this.
That's the Macho Man song, isn't it? Isn't that Village People?
Yeah.
Is it YMCA?
Yeah.
But what he's doing is he's
Give me
saying
some
all that stuff about NAFTA with his
hands. A little bit for a second. Why is that his ad?
Right, mute it. I don't want to get this.
That is, mute it. That is his ad?
This is the ad,
the
Joe
YMCA?
Rogan. Yes.
Every other song he was playing, they got DMs, like they told him to stop playing it. They got cease and desist orders for
But he's showing he's young, he's vital, he just got done with COVID. He's
look at his dancing.
Here's the thing, Joe. Like, he's
attacks like an amazing non-person.
His attacks against Biden don't resonate as much as his attacks against Hillary resonated. Because
what is it? His legs are broken.
He's like paralyzed.
But what a weird dance. I'm gonna start doing that.
It's like a guy that was in a car accident.
He's got it on a loop. He just got the same dance on a loop.
This is a crazy ad. But so it's just music?
He made a TikTok video is what he did.
So yeah.
It's a 3-minute TikTok
But it's
video.
just music and him dancing.
That's right.
That is so bizarre.
Okay, so now, but beyond this, Joe, because the main argument he's using against Joe Biden is Joe Biden is some sort of radical socialist Antifa lover, and that's not landing.
But look at this ad is so dumb. Look at this ad. Someone hates him. Someone inside the White House hates him, and they made this ad. They're like, I'm gonna sink his fucking battleship with this shit.
I think you're both shitting on it, but I think he's basically saying
vote.
Get out and vote.
It's ridiculous.
Do you think he knows it's over?
He should. Maybe he doesn't even want to win. Who knows? Maybe secretly doesn't want to win.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
It's the dumbest ad I've ever seen. This move is so strange.
Vote. He tweeted that with the words vote, vote.
Let's get some updates.
27 million views on that.
27 million. Well, 27 million people going, what the fuck is this? We're gonna get some. We're gonna get some updates.
All right, let's see.
See where we're at.
You go with Fox.
I say it's all red now.
MLB The Show's coverage of Major League Baseball is on the air. Should be a good one today in Diamond Dynasty between Nova Scotia and Compton.
Trump is leading, so Trump needs that state to have any chance, and it looks like he's in the lead by 2%, which is actually not terrible at 89% in, which is actually looks like it's solid for him at the moment.
Okay, so he's going to win.
Standing in,
well, not necessarily.
Bo
Wait until they call
and
it.
we are ready for some daytime baseball.
I mean, this could be, I think.
Okay, what? So if he
He's
wins
ready. Here's
Florida,
the first offering.
what else does he do to? Wow, look at that.
If
So
he gets
he-
Ohio or
1-0.
Pennsylvania, he's in, right?
No. He needs. If he wins Florida, the next thing you have to look at is Pennsylvania, and he must win Pennsylvania as well.
How's Pennsylvania
Okay.
looking?
Pennsylvania's
Looking
leading
pretty
blue at the
blue.
moment.
7% reporting. Right?
And that's all the mail-ins.
Oh.
The mail-ins are 76% Biden, which is what I told you earlier, that the mail-ins are going to be pro-Biden, and the on-the-day votes are going to be pro-Trump. But he needs Pennsylvania. He needs Florida. He needs Ohio.
So Pennsylvania, the polls are still open.
Pitch on the way.
Pennsylvania, I'll tell you one
Yeah,
second.
they
Ball 2.
Hold on, I'll tell you one second.
2-0.
It's 10 p.m. there,
Pennsylvania.
right? Oh, 9 p.m. there. Are we having?
says open.
Two
but
balls
it
and a
says
strike
closed
to
at 8
count.
p.m. Eastern time, so they should have closed about an hour ago.
Okay, so we have
Two
to
balls
count.
and
Yes,
a strike.
Pennsylvania
Here
closed
it
at 8,
is.
but they're counting. And they're starting again with the mail-in votes, which is why Biden has
And
such
we
a
should
strong
see
lead
some
at the moment.
90s as we go
But
forward.
in the
88
polling,
degrees our
in
game time
Pennsylvania,
temperature.
Biden was up about 5 or 6 points in the average of the
And
polling.
it's fouled
so that's
away.
basically Trump's biggest hurdle to winning the election is Pennsylvania, because he's down 5 or 6 points there. So if he can win Florida, which it looks good
This
for
one's
him
down to
now in
third.
Florida, Trump, then it comes
And
down
the
to
throw to first
Pennsylvania,
is in time,
and if he
one
can win
gone.
Pennsylvania, then now you're really having a conversation about the election.
Well, that's why.
So the
Right,
bases
but
are empty with one man gone.
but I thought you were
And here
saying
comes the
that
Georgia
was it and
Peach
he wins.
tie
No,
cop.
I was
okay.
saying that was it, and then we can play the ad again.
Then he's in the ball game.
Everybody gets excited again.
Then he's in the ball game. He's in the ball
Then
game.
he's in the
if that
ball game.
happens.
With the
First
riots
pitch coming,
start,
here
let's
it
get the
is.
riots going. Let's
So-
get the bricks.
If he wins
Misses for
Florida and he
ball
wins
one.
Pennsylvania,
One out,
what else does he
nobody
have
on.
to do to win?
Ohio. He's got to win Ohio.
Now, what does Joe Biden have to do to win at this point?
And he
Joe
won't bite
Biden,
at
Joe
that one
Biden,
either.
first of all,
It's
Texas
2-0.
looks blue right now. I'm not
Pretty
saying it's
easy
gonna stay like
takes
that.
to start
If
out
Joe
this
Biden
at
wins
bat.
Texas,
None
his
of
game
these
set
pitches are
moves,
even
it's
close to
over.
the strike zone.
If Joe Biden somehow
Even
comes
a
back in
misser,
Florida
2-0
now,
sinker,
he wins.
2-1.
It's over. Game
That's
set
the
match.
problem. Is all my people from California bailed out of California, moved
Right.
here. Like there was a big push, turn Texas
Hit on the
blue.
ground
that was
out
like a
for
big
short.
thing.
Yeah.
Throw over to Gehrig, and that's out number 2.
No, this really is fascinating because I think Texas is going to go red, but I thought
Here's the
Florida was
catcher,
gonna go blue.
Travis d'Arnaud.
We'll see.
Google is showing it in a different color. That's the one he's looking
Okay.
Ready with the first pitch.
By the
Here
way,
it
scroll
comes.
down, Jamie, for 1 second. North Carolina is an important swing state, and right now Biden's up just a little bit there. And by the way, Biden up in
Wind up
Ohio
and
as
the
well. Even though
0-1.
there's probably early votes and just mail-in,
Swung
but that's
on and
big
missed.
too.
That's
because Trump
strike 2.
needs Ohio and he needs
Now
Pennsylvania.
that's when you know it's a
What's
good
interesting,
pitch.
too,
He
is
broke off a
numbers.
really nice
Numbers.
breaking ball down in the zone right
Huge
there. And
turnout, Joe.
even though
Huge
this is
turnout.
one of the best hitters
Huge
around,
turnout.
he waved right through it.
What's the number?
I'll pull them up for you right now.
It's 102 early.
Whoa.
and
I didn't vote because I thought
Swung
too many
on
people
and
voted.
missed, and that's the
Early
final
vote
out of the
more
inning.
than all of the vote from
No, it was.
Yes.
some years.
Wait, yes, that's what I was
Digging
going to say.
in, number
for
23.
Texas
He'll
specifically,
lead
let
things
him
off
answer.
here in
This
the
is
bottom
fucking
half of the
expert.
first.
Jamie's like, no, no.
For Texas specifically, yes. Texas
Here's a
passed the
fastball
total
called
number
for
of
strike
votes
1.
in their pre-voting, in their mail-in votes. They
Hard hit
they
towards
surpassed
center.
their 2016
And that finds some
total
outfield
in just
grass.
the
It's a
mail-in.
base hit.
That is
Where
insane.
did you vote? New York?
I didn't vote.
Oh, you didn't vote?
No, I did not.
Wow. Wow.
I can't believe you're surprised by that.
Here's the center
Well, I know
fielder,
you
Mike
weren't going to
Trout.
vote for Biden, but I
First
didn't know you
pitch to
weren't
him
going
brings
to
a
vote.
bit
period.
inside for
Why
ball
is that?
1.
What was I going to do? Trump?
Well, no. Go Joe Jordan.
Popped him up.
Or do
I didn't vote because
Kanye West.
it looked kind of
Kanye
gross.
West?
It looked
And
gross.
he'll
the
indeed
voting.
make
They were
the
doing it
play in foul
fireplace-
territory
firehouses
for
and
the first down.
libraries. It was a little grotesque.
Stepping
And they all
in,
stand
Mickey
outside with
Mantle.
masks. It seemed
First
very low
swings
rent.
for
I went
him
to
in this
dinner
one with
instead.
runner still at
And
first
that's
and one
how I've
gone.
been doing it for years.
On
I
its
think that's a
Taylor Bade
good,
to short.
healthy way to do
So,
it.
let me explain
4,
why I did
3.
that. So,
It's a double play, and the inning is over.
basically, for me, it came down to, obviously, I'm not going to support Trump. I've ripped him a million ways to
Second
Sunday, and
inning
I'll
set
continue
to
to
go,
do that. I think
and
he's
at the
been
plate will be the
effectively
speedy
governed as an
outfielder,
establishment
Mickey
Republican
Mantle.
with tax cuts for the wealthy and
Ready
continuing
to
the
deliver.
wars.
Here's
And
the
to me,
first
that's,
pitch.
you're done. I have no interest in more
Swing
tax
and a
cuts for the
miss,
rich. I have
0-1.
no interest in
1 for
continued
count.
wars. I have no interest in deregulation and stuff like that. For Biden, my political
Swung
awakening
on, but it's
came with the
pulled
Iraq War in
foul wide of
2003.
third.
when we basically were lied into a war.
Into the windup.
And
Here
we
comes the
continued that
0-2
illegal war.
pitch.
And
Lifted down the line
he
and
was one
left.
of the guys who voted for it. And listen, I
And
truly
this'll
believe that
wind up
everybody
a
who voted for that
foul
Iraq
ball.
war should be in prison. I think they're all war criminals. It was an illegal war, even according to the UN. And
Hard liner
over
towards
200,000
short.
innocent
A
civilians
leaping
are dead.
try, but it's
So
out of his reach
basically,
and
I
into
couldn't
the
bring
outfield.
myself to do it because that was
And
the
he'll pull
most
into second
foundational
here with nobody
thing
out.
that happened when I was growing up, getting involved in politics, and I just can't look past that. That's not a little thing to me. So now, if you want me to give you my
And
breakdown
now
of the
Luffa
candidates,
moved
do
back
I
to
think
second base
overall
just to
Joe
make sure the runner
Biden
wasn't
is a
getting any
lesser
ideas
evil?
out there.
I do, because Joe Biden's going to get us back in the Iran deal. Joe Biden's going to get us back in the Paris Climate Agreement. And those things I think are really important.
Up next is Fernando
but I
Tatis
just couldn't
Jr.
Bring myself
He swings
to pull
and
because I live in
grounds
New
it
York,
to
and New York's
short.
a safe state anyway.
Throw
so
on to first,
my vote
and
matters.
one shortstop
But,
grounds
I
out
just
to
couldn't
the
bring
other,
myself to
one
do it,
away.
man.
The tag, and they got him at third. It's a double play.
I didn't disclose what I was going to do yet until right now. And so
John
now I'm
Peterson
saying it.
disclosed that you weren't
is
gonna
in with
vote.
two
Oh,
away as he
People
takes
are
a
already
ball
giving you
1-0.
Yeah, well, I said that
Pitch on
right
the
after the
way.
primary when the feelings were raw with Bernie
Hit
getting
down the
screwed
line
again.
at first.
So that's why I
A
said it
foul
then.
ball, 1-1.
Listen,
Is he
Now
that nice
pitch
of a
on the
guy?
way.
he really
Or
likes Joe Biden, number one. Number two, I think
And
he
not
really
a
buys
real
into
good
the
cut at
lesser
that
evil
slider. He's
framework
behind
where he
1 and
thinks,
2.
like, no, I mean, it's either going to be Trump or Biden, and you have to pick from the two. So I'm going to go with the guy who's
Got him
better on more of the
swinging,
same
and
guy.
that
Like, for
will
example,
end the
Biden
inning.
has signed up for doing Bernie Sanders' living wage idea, $15 minimum wage.
Last half
And
of
so,
the
Bernie
second
takes
set to
that
go.
and he goes,
And
okay, this
next
is
will
enough
be
for
a
me to go out
speed
there
threat.
and push you
Randy
to make an argument
Rosarena
for you.
will come
Now, will
on
Biden
now as
actually
the
do that?
pinch
I
hitter.
don't know. I hope he will. I have no idea if he actually will. Okay?
And he
What are
lays
the
off a
arguments
pitch in there for the first strike.
Well, people say, oh, it's going to lead to an increase in unemployment because small
And
businesses
this one's
can't afford
downstairs. It's a ball and a
to,
strike.
you know,
Rosarena
especially at a time
is
like
one
right
of the
now
few
with
true
COVID, where small
superstar
businesses
hitters
are
in
having
the
a hard
game.
time staying open
You're no doubt
either way.
aware of it, but it
There's
doesn't
also-
matter who
there's
he's
also
facing. He's a
arguments
major
that
league
it's a job
threat
for
to hit
young
the ball
people to
hard
have to work
somewhere just
home.
The
about
data
every
doesn't bear
time he
that out,
steps
though.
into
There's
the
plenty of
box.
people who work full
Yeah,
time
one
and
of
they
the
make
best
them
hitters
also,
too.
but
and
you don't
truly
want people
blessed
that
by the
make it
gods,
to
but I don't
fish
think people
because
realize the
Like,
amount
you
of
want
time
them working,
and effort this
they
guy
need-
has
and
put
listen,
into
they need to
honing
know their
his craft
mistakes. When
to
you come and
become
just
one
text
of
me,
the
she's like,
great
I can't
hitters
believe
in
you're
our
eating
sport.
filet fish. It's like,
Good
shut
hard
up.
slider
She
there,
yelled
but
at
it
me
comes
for not
away.
voting.
It's a ball
She
and a
yelled at me
strike.
for not voting. She said it's
Tell-
going to be bad for my
Tell
career.
her I said,
Good
tell her I
slider there,
said,
gets
thank
a
you
swing
for
and miss.
backing up my filet of fish
Bottom of the
argument.
second
She
here
said it
with
will
no
be bad
score.
for my career if I don't vote. She
Able
goes,
to
you should,
protect
you
the
want to be
plate
the
with
person
two strikes,
2020
and he'll
didn't
see
vote.
another
I
one.
said yes.
I mean,
don't
listen,
care.
it is what it is. Are you live in California, right?
I live
Fastball
in
got
California.
away
It's
from
not
him
a
there.
swing state.
Are you registered to
Hey,
vote
if
there?
you're
or
gonna
no?
I
throw a
don't
pitch like
know.
that to this guy, that's
My
right where you
business
want to
manager
miss.
called me
Any
to
lower,
register
and
to
he'll
vote. I said,
probably
I'm just
make
trying
you
to get
pay
my
for it.
license back. I got
Mantle
a
is
suspended
going to get
license
there
in
as
New
he
York.
backs up to
That's
put
trying
it
to put me
away,
in jail.
and there are
Let's
two
focus
gone
on
now.
that, and then we'll get to voting. We'll get to voting in 3 or
Bases
4
are empty
months.
here with two gone.
No,
And up next, the
Jimmy's
former
so
All-Star
subprime.
shortstop,
Yes,
Corey Seager.
correct.
So,
And
But
my
that'll be off
and
the
my
wall in
living,
right
he
center.
was taken
coked
from
out of his
me
mind and
by
He'll make it
by
to second base
an
now with
authoritarian
two
government
gone.
who took me and a lot of men from Long Island who were trying to help people realize the American dream were unfairly painted as
Standing in
criminals
now, Jose Ramirez.
just because we were expanding
First pitch to him is
people's
off the plate
ability
for
to
a
get
ball,
credit.
1-0.
Sorry, I wanted everyone to have a pool,
And a strike to even
Yeah,
the
so,
count.
1-1.
and I'm here to give it.
You
Hit to
started out
third.
selling subprime mortgages.
Donaldson's
I
there.
started out selling cars.
Oh wow!
And I as well was
Two-out
also
double as the
on
inning
many
is over.
substances.
Oh, that's so
as
funny.
I was doing it.
That's so. Were you good? What kind of cars were you selling?
I was selling Chevys.
All set
and
for the start
Are
of
you,
the
were
inning.
you like a
and
good
here's
salesman, or are you
Donaldson.
like a
'cause
piker?
I'm too nice and I don't give a fuck if the person buys the car or not. I mean,
Okay,
obviously I want to
well,
get paid.
yeah,
Here
that's
it is.
like
But
not the-
I'm too honest. What I was going to say is I was probably the #1 consumer of Four Loko back when it was the original.
Okay, well you
Four
needed
Loko.
stronger drugs.
Which is-
that clearly didn't do
Fucking-
it.
It's cocaine in a can.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah,
kidding
that's
me?
not really a drug. We were
Strike
doing
two.
cocaine off our desk.
If I had that,
Okay.
I probably would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
But Four Loko was taken off the shelves
Might have
because
been
people were
looking
having
to find
fucking
Listen,
out
heart
buddy,
outside
we
attacks.
were doing
but he
lines of
couldn't quite
blow
get
off
it
our
there.
desk and then
It's
taking
1-2.
people's 1040s with white out and
Stone
getting them
cold
getting
take right
deals
there.
done.
That
Jamie's
fastball
just motioning
very
me.
well could
could have sent him packing back to the bench.
Thought this would be speared at third, and that was self-defense all the way. One gone.
I'm sorry. Let me scoot this way more.
Here's the first
Have I
pitch
been doing
to
that the whole
We
time?
need to learn sign language. Both of us.
Larry Walker is on with one away as
Dude,
he
the
looks at the
sign
ball.
language
It's
interpreters
1-0.
are so out of control
Do
now.
you remember the
They're
one,
so
the
extra.
fake one next to
Yes,
Obama?
that was hilarious.
Swing and a
He
miss from
had
strike
no
one.
idea what he was doing.
This
He
pitch
was
is
just
bringing
doing
it
a
with
bunch
some
of
high
TikTok
velo.
moves.
You better get that front foot
And
down early
The guy
and
got
get ready, or
3
he's going to
inches
throw it
away
right by
from
you.
Obama.
Pitch is popped
It
up.
Unbelievable.
shows you
And this
how
is going to wind up
fucking
a foul
poor,
ball.
poorly managed a lot of those situations are, where like such poor security,
Right.
poor planning. You have a fucking
Swing
guy you
and a
didn't
miss
even
here as
know.
he's down
And
on
the
the
president
strike.
of the United
Vice
States.
President.
How,
Down
I want to know
to
how
begin the
long he was
third.
doing that too before people
It was a
would
while.
Digging in the
actually
switch hitter,
sign. Or like,
Buster
hey,
Cherry, as he'll
what is
get his
that?
first
What
opportunity
is
in this one.
What the
By
fuck?
the way, that's a good. That shows how
Yeah.
important confidence is, because the person started doing it just really confidently, like
Yeah.
they belong there,
Yeah.
and that was
Yeah.
enough for everybody to be like, I
Well,
guess that person belongs there.
all of the people now
Like the
discussing
fastball
what they
got
do. They're
away
very
from him
big
there. It's
on it,
ball
and it's
two.
like, we get it,
Time
but
asked
you're
for and
distracted
granted
because
by
most
the
people
home plate
can hear.
umpire.
So what you're doing is you're distracting. For me, I'm trying to listen to the message. It's very distracting to have somebody who's very like over the top,
The 2-0 on
Doing
the
it.
way.
and that's true.
I get it. I get it.
Deaf people, for the most part, are very
Third
rude.
inning,
There
no
was
score
a
to this
ruling
one.
today about Gavin Newsom. There's a ruling about Gavin Newsom that he's
To 2-2 now.
like something about his using unconstitutional policies. Yeah,
He got him.
You know,
Lively fastball
he's
that
a
time, and it puts it in.
unliked man right now in California.
Well, talking
Bottom
of car
of the
salesman,
third
he
now,
looks like the
and in
sleaziest
steps the
car
Iron
salesman on
Horse.
the planet.
Lou Gehrig,
Well,
Frank
no,
Thomas will come
should be
on as a
president.
pinch hitter.
Like, he looks like a
In a
president.
movie.
Yeah.
In a movie, maybe.
Looks
And
like a
pulled
president. He
off
looks
on
like
the
a president.
slider here to
Sounds like
start
a
the
president.
at-bat.
He's
It's
a
ball one.
good-looking dude.
Judge rules to limit
Line drive
California
to
governor's
center field.
power.
And
Powers
the
of
pinch hitter is
mid-pandemic. He's
retired
out of
here,
fucking
one
He's
away.
out of his mind.
Well, it's amazing how much money people are losing
Next
too.
to
Like
hit will be the
Disney-
pitcher, Clayton
Disneyland is
Kershaw.
losing
He'll
some
get to take his first
insane
cuts
number
here.
of millions of
Sent
dollars
on the
a
ground
day.
out to second. Bichette's got it.
The order
On
prevents
to
Gavin
first,
Newsom
and
from
very quickly,
exercising
two
any
are
power
gone
under
here in the
California
home
Emergency
third.
Services Act, which amends, alters,
Digging
or
in for his
changes
second at-bat,
existing
number
statutory
23,
law or
batting
makes
from the
new
right side with the
statutory
southpaw
law or
on the
legislative
mound.
policy. The judge
And he lays
determined
off
that the
there,
California
1-0.
Emergency Services Act itself was
On he leaves
constitutional,
the
but noted that it
fastball
does
up
not
there,
permit the governor
mistaken
to
location.
amend statutes
He is
or
going
make
to
new
pay for it
statutes.
dearly as
That's what
that
I've been
ball
saying the
is
whole
sent
time. Like,
over
this
the
guy is an
wall, a
autocrat.
home run.
The governor does
Baseball
not
has really
have the
changed.
power
Remember
or
when
authority
leadoff
to
guys
assume
were
the
guys who would just
legislative
draw walks
role
and steal
of
bases?
creating
But that's not the
legislative
case
policy
anymore.
and enactments.
Guys like this, they have pop in their
It's
bat
just
and they
so
can go
spooky
deep.
how people get into power and you find out how much they love using it. Go back to that again. It says
And that'll
determining
bring
one of his
Mike
orders
Trout
was
to
an
the dish.
unconstitutional
He'll send a
exercise
ground
of
ball down to
legislative
third.
power.
And
Yeah.
just past
Gross.
his outstretched glove
It's
into
scary
left,
there,
a
man.
base hit.
Like they're giving you orders on what you can do
Into
for
the box,
Thanksgiving.
Mickey Mantle.
Like you have,
as he
you're
would look at a
always,
first
you
pitch
can't have
fastball
more
for
than
ball
3
one.
families. You
0
can't
for
have
1 for
any
him here in this
singing.
one.
You can't
Wait
Pulls
a
this
minute.
one
You
in
have
the
to be
air out to
outside.
left.
Is that true?
Mantle's on the
yeah,
move.
no singing.
Singing?
He's
no
there
singing.
to
You
track
have to
it
be
down,
outside,
and that'll
it has
end
to
the
only go
inning.
on for 2 hours. As if after 2 hours everyone turns into a pumpkin.
This is
Like,
absurd.
Into the
and
box
this is
now,
an
Bo
abuse of
Bichette.
power,
He's 0
and
for
he
1
must
after
be-
grounding out in
You
his
gotta-
only
you gotta
trip
stop
to the
this.
plate
They
so
do have
far.
to stop. Just the type of person that would say
It's
that.
crazy.
Imagine being a governor. You're dealing with half your fucking
First
state's
pitch
on
coming,
fire.
here it is.
Like everyone's out of work, and you're like, you can't sing. Don't sing.
That's absurd.
And your parties, you have to.
Wait,
you
is
have
this
to
real? They
I
can't
don't
sing?
think-
Yes.
Into
yes,
the windup,
yes.
here comes the
I saw
0
this
and
going
1.
around too, and I didn't think it was real.
Fouled
I saw
off.
it, didn't look into it. I'm looking into it now.
Yeah, look into it now. That
It
doesn't
says
sound
it's-
real.
There
No,
was something put out, but
Into the
our
windup, here
favorite
comes the
website, Snopes
0-2
says this is
pitch.
false.
Yeah, that's like
Strike
that's like
three
some,
on
that's
a
like
pitch
some
to
fucking
third.
Fox
some
News.
Facebook
Finds it.
meme or some shit, Joe.
I
That's
saw
what
it
that
on
means.
Fox.
there
No,
to
don't
record
say
the
that
first
unless
down.
you're sure. Jamie's wrong all the time
So
with
the
this
base
stuff. 'cause
is
he only
empty here
Googles
with
these
one
lefty,
away, and
liberal,
here comes
fake
the
news
Georgia
sites.
Peach.
Nope.
Ty
Snopes
Cobb.
is a fake news site. They
Ready
get
with
busted
the
all
first
time for fake
pitch.
news.
Here it
Very
comes.
biased, by the way. The guy who runs Snopes.
Back up the middle.
He's a huge
And
Democrat.
that is through
Like,
into
the
center
whole,
field
the
for a
whole
one-out
organization
single.
is heavily left-leaning.
But wait,
Yeah.
that didn't set the alarms off to you. You can't sing. What fucking government agency
Dude,
would do
I'm
that?
telling
You
you.
can't sing.
But
I'm
that's
telling
that's
you.
next. I think
At
maybe
plate
6
now,
months ago that might
Travis
have been
d'Arnaud.
funny, but
A
now
pitch
it's like
out. The
now
throw.
you're
like, okay, I'm sure that's going to be next. Yeah, I'm
Bases
telling you,
are
it was
empty
on
here
Fox
with
News.
2 men out.
They wouldn't lie.
Well, Fox News is certainly
I'm not
always
saying
right.
it wasn't being passed around, but I'm saying that it was being passed around under
There it
false
is.
pretenses.
On Fox News, it
Good
says
movement
no
there, and he's
more
not
than
even
3
close.
households
1-1.
present. Parties no longer than 2
that was an
hours.
ugly swing.
Guests
I'm sure
must
he's not
stay
going to watch
outside,
that one
avoid
on
singing,
replay after the
chanting,
game.
and shouting.
And a comeback.
Yeah, but
And
again,
how are
that's,
you going to do?
that's
Two and
Fox
one
News.
now.
California
Like, am I really?
Department of
Well, that's
Public
pretty
Health.
much a
It's a quote
no-brainer
from
right
California
there. If a guy
Department of
misses
Just
that bad
Google it, you
on a
fuck.
curveball,
And
you've
don't
gotta
interrupt
throw him
Kyle
another
anymore.
one. That was better
I asked him.
recognition.
I did ask him that time. I said that sounded fake. You got to
And
look
he'll
that
get
up.
there in plenty of time to put this
California
one away, and that
Fuck
ends the inning.
Snopes. Celebrities rip California
So now
government
it'll be the
news-
four-hole
it's
hitter,
gotta be-
Randy Arozarena.
Coronavirus
He flew
is
out in his
California's
last
Gavin
at-bat.
Newsom's Thanksgiving rules. Click on that.
Fastball
That's Daily
taken,
Mail,
but
though.
that gets the zone for a strike.
But they are saying what I want to hear. Do you not understand how
Just
this
too
works?
late, and he's
This is
fallen
like
behind
an
0-2.
experiment in, ideological
They're
confirmation
saying
bias.
what I want to hear.
Swing and a line drive.
The guidelines.
But he
But this is
just
the
missed
must be
his extra
Yeah,
base.
so- so-
I think for every player, for every former
Chuck
player, that
Woolery
swing
was
right there
backing
is the
us up.
You're
reason
moving
we
too
need to
fast. Go
extend
back
the
up,
netting
Woolery.
without question.
We'll be right
Want the
back in
fans
2 and
to be
2.
safe.
They really bunch
The
him
order
up on that
requires a
one as
host
he
of
swings and
pri-
misses
okay.
for the first out.
Announcer head up Thanksgiving holiday defined
Out
gatherings.
in
of
front
social
there as this
situations.
one's
Bring
pulled
people
off to
together
the
from
left
different
side.
households at the same time
Bases
in a
are empty,
single
one
space
man
or place.
And boy, this
The
at
order
bat is not
requires a
starting
host
off
of
well
private
as he's
gatherings
behind
to limit
0-2 now.
attendance.
I think his
Stop.
eyes lit up when he
Moving so
saw
fast.
that
But
pitch
you're
coming up at
moving
his
while
eye
I'm
level.
reading. You know that,
Yeah,
right?
good luck. But hey, a high
Okay, hit
fastball
it.
all of a sudden
Okay.
becomes really
2-2.
dangerous for a pitcher if
California
it's not
Department of
spotted
Public
above
Health.
the zone.
Summary.
A little height
This
difference
provides
makes
an
all the
updated plan
difference.
for California
Swing
to
and a
gather
miss on the fastball
outside
that time,
their
out number
household
2.
and
From the
replaces
stretch.
the prior
Corey Seager is at the
gathering
plate and he checks his
guidelines
swing for
issued
ball
on
one.
September 12th. Scroll
The
up
1-0
again.
is
Mandatory
swung on and missed, strike
requirements for
one.
all
One
gatherings.
strike.
Scroll. Oh. Of course it's frozen.
A
Goddamn
bouncer up the
California
middle.
website. Piece
And
of
a
shit.
diving effort
How do
there,
they
but
get
it'll
rid
come
of
up empty.
chanting
It's a
when,
base
when,
hit.
when California, everyone's a Satanist, and they need that occult chant.
To the
That's
plate now,
what's
Jose
not
Ramirez.
considerate.
And he'll take
Inside,
a look at a
ball one.
slider here that misses for ball
Oh
one.
my
He's
God.
0 for 1 after
Whoa,
grounding out in
that's
his only
crazy.
trip to the plate so
That's
far.
fucking crazy.
Here we go. Okay, here we go. Mandatory requirements for gathering. Attendance. Gatherings must
In
include
the dirt here, runner holds as the
gatherings that
count
include
moves
more
to
than
2
3
and 1.
households are prohibited. Okay, this is exactly
the
what it
stretch.
says. Snopes, you fucks. Stop scrolling. Keep the households that you interact with stable
It was
over
the
time
singing thing
by
I'm curious
singing,
about.
by spending time with the same people. Risk of transmission is
Strike
reduced.
2
Okay,
called.
gather
It's full,
outdoors.
3 and
Gatherings
2.
that occur outdoors.
Good
are
spot for an
significantly
RBI.
safer
Put
than
the
indoor
ball in
games.
play
All
with the runner
gatherings
in motion.
must be
He
held
could score
outside.
all the way
Again,
from
that's
first.
what the thing said. Attendees may go inside to use the restroom
Another
as long as
payoff pitch.
restrooms are frequently
This
sanitized.
is in the
Jeez,
air
they're
out to
telling
right
you
field.
you have to sanitize your fucking
And
restaurant
he will get
restrooms if
there
you want
to
to go
make
inside.
the running
Gatherings
play,
may
and
occur
that
in
will-
outdoor spaces that are covered by umbrellas, canopies, awnings,
here's
roofs,
the
and
cleanup
other
hitter,
shade
Mickey
structures that
Mantle.
provide at
He'll
least
start
3
off the
sides
fifth in this
of
one.
this space, or
First
75%
pitch of the
open to the
at-bat.
outdoors. This is fucking outrageous. Okay,
No balls and a
the
strike to
COVID
count.
part is, gatherings of no more than 3
Wind up
households
and
is
the
permitted
0-1.
in a public park
And
or
he gets him to
outdoor
swing through
space.
that one. He's
If
in control.
unrelated
0-2.
gatherings of other groups
Hey, I
up
can
to 3
understand
households
this
also
batter's
occur in the same
frustration
park
right here.
or
He's
outdoor
trying to be
space.
aggressive and get
If
something
multiple
going
such
for his
gatherings
team.
are occurring,
They're
mixing
getting
between
shut
the
out in the
groups,
5th inning, but
group
that's
gatherings
exactly
is
why
not
they're
allowed.
getting shut
You
out.
can't mix with
You
other
need
people
to
that you see at the
keyhole
park.
and stay on the
Additionally,
attack and
multiple
make this
gatherings
game
of 3
in the
households
middle of the
cannot
plate.
Now he'll
cannot
step off
be
as they
jointly
look for a
organized
strikeout
or
pitch.
coordinated to
Now the
occur
0-2
in the same
pitch.
public park. Oh my God.
Nope.
Well
what else
above
does
the
it say?
letters with the fastball that time.
Scroll down.
And now we'll take a
Seating
moment
must
here at
provide
home
at least
plate
6
as he
feet of
asks for
distance
time.
in all directions. Everyone at the gathering should frequently wash their hands with soap and water. Like, fucking
Swing
duh.
and a miss as he ran
Shared
the
items
fastball
should
right
not
by
be
him for
allowed
the
during the
first
gatherings
out.
as much as possible. Any food or beverage
So
outside
one away
gatherings
here with the
must be
bases
in
empty,
single-serve
and that'll bring up
disposable
Fernando
containers. Wear a
Tatis
face
Jr.
cover to keep COVID from spreading. When gathering, face coverings must
Good
be
downward
worn in
action
accordance
there.
with
It's 0-1.
CDPH. Unless exemptions are applicable, people
Barely
at
able to
gatherings
make contact,
may
down
remove,
0-2 now.
remove the face covering briefly to eat or drink, as long as they stay
Wow.
at least 6
Nothing
feet
in
from everyone
two.
else.
King
on the
goes
Rules for
in the
singing,
pitch.
chanting, and shouting.
Fuck
And a fastball
Snow!
swung on and missed as
Shut
he
your
just
mouth,
reared
Jamie.
down
You're a
there.
communist.
So here's my question. Here's
So
my
next
question,
to bat
Joe.
will be the
'Cause
left-handed hitting
Singing,
Jock
chanting,
Peterson.
shouting, and physical exertion significantly
Not even
increases
close
the
on
risk
that
of
swing. No balls and a
COVID-19
strike.
because these activities
Hey, he's
increase
looking
the
to punch
risk
out
of
the side right here.
release of
If
respiratory
this guy's gonna
droplets
do him favors
and
and
fine
swing
aerosols
outside
in the air.
the zone,
Because of
that's
this,
exactly
singing,
what's gonna
chanting, and
happen.
shouting are strongly discouraged. But if they occur, the following rules and recommendations
Swung
apply.
on in the dirt
All
for
people
the
who are
third
singing and
strike.
chanting should wear a face
And
covering at
that
all
ends
times
the inning.
while singing or chanting, including anyone who's leading a song
Got
or
it.
chant. Because
Set
these
now for the
activities
bottom
pose
of
a
the
very
fifth,
high risk of
and next to
COVID-19
bat will be the
transmission,
first
face
baseman,
coverings are
Frank
essential
Thomas.
to reduce the
High
spread.
fly ball
People who
out
are
to
singing,
straightaway
chanting,
center.
or exercising
And
are
he
strongly
will
encouraged to
run
maintain
this one
physical
down,
distancing
moving
beyond
to
6
his
feet.
right, and that's the first out of the
So,
inning.
Joe, first of all, yes, that's silly. You
So
win.
stepping
But
in,
here's the question.
Clayton
I
Kershaw
like to hear
comes
that.
into
It's
this
true. I mean,
at-bat
yeah,
0 for
that
1
is-
in the ball
it
game.
says
It's true.
it
Snopes
says
is wrong.
singing.
Snopes
Right.
is wrong.
So, but here's the question, though.
Crazy.
Like, are they just listing this to try to be like a helicopter parent to say this is what you should do, or is there actually an
Albert
enforcement
Pujols
mechanism where they're going to have the
move into the
LAPD
on-deck
knock on your
circle now
door?
to try to get something
Right,
started
they
here
can't
with
do
They
it.
one
have
gun
done
in
that
the
for large
inning.
gatherings in California.
They
Power.
shut down
Power.
the TikTok house, and these people at
Fastball
Patriots,
misses away
they were
here.
having
It's
a
2-0.
party, and they shut down, I think, the Sway House, I
Fouled
believe
away.
it's called, and they were having a party, and they cut the water off to the TikTok house.
Way inside
yeah,
with
but
that being a
that's
pretty easy take there.
crazy.
What if
That
everybody
is
Time to
crazy.
wake up
But-
the offense right here.
Right.
3-1
Aren't they- when
count,
they shut it
all
off,
in
isn't
on
it like
something
these
over the heart of the
giant
plate.
fucking parties where everybody's 2 inches
Yeah,
away
but
from
here's
each other,
the-
breathing
yeah,
on each other?
Yeah, but you know what? That's America.
Hey, I'm
You
not
guys
listen. I'm
know
not
me,
arguing
hitting's a
against it. I'm just
process of
asking the question.
elimination.
In
Wasn't that
TikTok,
their
you
reason?
have to be
Change up
near a
this next
person
pitch. I'm on
because it's a group
everything
dance.
else.
And the
So you
off-balance
can't-
throw
social
gets him.
distance, you're not
Nice
in
play for
frame.
the out.
Yeah, how are you going to
Kyle.
TikTok when
Yeah.
you're 6
Digging
feet
in
away?
and
You're
looking
gonna
for
Kyle,
follow
these
more.
are all
around.
kids.
Number
These are
23.
17-year-old millionaires.
Off
They don't give
to
a shit
fast
about
start
government.
in this
Yeah,
one.
they're
2
not
for
gonna-
2,
They really are
including a home
17-year-old
run.
millionaires.
They're
Right.
trillionaires.
1
They're
to start the
fine.
at-bat.
And they're TikToking.
I love how they're like, hey,
Now
the
it's
Thanksgiving
2-0.
apart, 30% of California's
Two
home.
out,
See, like,
nobody
see
out.
what
I know,
I'm-
right?
See what I'm saying with
Too
Snopes?
tight
You gotta
with
be
that
careful.
one.
No, you're right. That's
3-0.
definitely what you said. It
I'd
is
be
is
shocked
what it
if
is.
this
I
wasn't
guess
a
my only
four-pitch
question
walk
is
right
Snopes
now.
splits
the
hairs.
enforcement
mess around
mechanism.
and do something
They'll
over the
say
heart of the
false
plate and
if
get
it
beat in
if
this
it doesn't
situation.
align
Listen.
with their ideals.
I think you're
Here
100%
comes the
right.
first pitch.
My only point
Mike
was I
Trout
also show
stands in
caution
for
when
the
it's
third
fucking
time now
Fox
as he
News.
takes a look at a ball.
Because,
It's
Sean
1-0.
Hannity's not exactly this.
No doubt. This is
Right,
a
but when they
steal
print it- I
situation
think
right
when they
here.
print on the screen,
2
it
outs
must be
and the
true.
leadoff hitter on first. This is the time you roll the dice and hope he
I
gets in the
worked if
scoring
they had me on
position
Red Eye,
where he can get a
the
hit
show
to bring
there,
it
and
home.
I used to wear a tie, and I got to
Here's
say
a
whatever I want. I think it's a
swing,
great
and oh
institution.
man,
Tucker Carlson's doing something right.
way
Sure.
out of here.
Like he's
Show, yeah.
the number one show in
The number
news.
one
Man,
show,
you can
yeah.
Bill
tell by
O'Reilly
the
was number
sound
one
of that one
beforehand.
off the
Was he?
bat. That
Yeah,
was
he's number one.
going
I mean, he
in
did a lot of
long
things.
way.
He did a lot of things right
Years.
besides all of the rape. That's the bad
The
thing.
loofah thing.
But
Remember
people
that?
are complex.
I would like to pay the girl who got 32 million. I'd like to
$34
give her.
million
I'd like to give her 35. Just
to tell the
find out.
story.
To find out what he did.
Wasn't
Somebody-
it just
Now
like,
time
he
is
was trying to
called.
flirt and he
Both
called a
guys
loofah
in the bullpen
falafel
are
by
ready to
accident?
No,
go.
I think he did something.
That
that's-
happened. That definitely happened.
He did do that, but I do think that for 32 million, there's bodies buried. Like he did something so crazy.
Yeah, so much money.
I
can
it's a
see
lot
that.
of money. She
see
has like the possession in her possession tapes that are like True Detective
And
season
now,
1. I
Mickey
mean, it's
Mantle.
bad.
It's gotta be
I mean, when
crazy.
you pay that much
Line
money, you're
towards
really
center
trying to bury
field.
something.
You're guilty.
Cobb
You
is
got. You
going to
are
have
guilty.
room out there
But
as
he's
he
still
puts this
doing
away to
really
retire
well with
the
his
side.
political show online, apparently. Why are you making that face?
Because who the fuck's watching Bill O'Reilly?
Well, we researched this, and there was
Really?
like millions of views.
Well, he does all these books now. He
You-
writes all
listen.
these books with that guy Martin Dugard, and the books are like killing
Dylan
Stalin,
Jensen.
killing
Killing
Kennedy,
Killing my mom.
killing
On the
Princess
mound.
Di,
Yeah.
killing the woman I
Top
paid
half of the
$34
sixth
million
about to get
to.
started, and that brings up the former American League MVP,
He
Josh
makes a lot of
Donaldson.
money.
He does.
He makes a lot of money on
Yeah.
those
Ugly
books.
swing
yeah,
there.
they were
It's
bestsellers.
0-1.
Because who reads? Old people.
Step
that
out of the
hate-
box and watch
Which
that
is why
one.
I'm surprised that his
was an
fucking
ugly swing.
thing online is doing well.
Big
Because,
swing and a
there's like,
miss at the
it was all
fastball. Gets
geriatric
behind in the
people
count,
watching.
0-2.
No disrespect to
Probably
geriatric
Someone
people.
on this
like
offense needs to
commensurate
take it
numbers
upon
to do.
themselves to have a quality AB
I
and
would be
start the
surprised
line
if he's
moving
doing better
again.
than me.
Got him
No, you're doing
swinging on the
very well. You're
fastball
doing very
there.
well,
Josh
but I really
Donaldson
think he
goes
is.
down to
And
become
where's
the
he
first out
primarily
in the
hosting
sixth
the
inning.
show?
Well,
Larry
I don't know
Walker
if he's on
stands in as he
YouTube, but
swings
he's
and
on
misses for strike one.
BillO'Reilly.com, right? We looked it up.
So he
Outside
gets his
the
own,
ball,
his own own
0-1.
website?
Yeah, I remember
Right guy,
Jamie
right
and I looked
spot.
it up
This is one of the
once.
better
About a year
hitters
and a
in their
half ago.
lineup.
We were
Just the
stunned
guy
by
they
the
want to
number of
see
views on each
coming up now to
page.
get
One
this
ball.
inning
That's,
going.
that's even more
Latensis.
impressive if he
One
did
of
it on
those
his own
guys that just
website
seems
because
to
that's
be
hard
at
to
his
do.
best
Usually you have to
under
go to
pressure.
Right,
Runners
thing
in
that hosts
scoring
it, you know what I mean?
position,
Like
tight
everybody knows,
game,
go to
tough
YouTube and
hitters
see
at the
stuff.
plate.
Yeah,
That's
whatever.
when he's at his
Isn't it
best.
amazing
One of
that
the keys,
YouTube has
Matty
a
V, to being a
solid
good reliever
lockdown
is
on
being
that?
able
I mean,
to
it is.
pitch
They
out
are
of
the
trouble.
number
Trouble
one
that's
platform
created
on
by
planet
the
Earth
pitchers
for
before you,
people
or
just uploading
sometimes
videos. There's no one
you even
even
have
close.
some
And
mess
I
that
don't
you
think
put
they're
on
handling
yourself.
the
Hey,
responsibility
regardless
of it
if it's
well
a mess
because
that he's inherited or
they
one that he's
tweak
created for
algorithms
himself,
to
this guy
deprioritize
makes
what
good
they call
pitches when the game's on the
borderline
line.
outlets.
And that's you. That's definitely me. Now, what makes you borderline? Because you're not with a giant organization.
I really think that that's probably it. The fact that I don't answer to anybody on my own person. I can say whatever I want, whenever I want, and simply put, they don't know what's going to come out of my mouth.
Right. But
When your team is behind this late in the game, it's not a good look for you as a hitter to show no discipline and wave at a pitch that wasn't even sniffing the zone.
My videos get fucking insane numbers.
They really do. They do really
It's
well.
a bit high with the fastball.
I don't know,
Didn't
man.
get
You
the
have to
call.
talk to them. But what
Well,
I'm
hasn't
convinced
thrown him a
of is
strike
that
yet in
there's
this at
different
bat.
levels
And we're 2-2.
to how much they
Clearly on the
prioritize
mound,
you and
he's
how much the
banking on the
algorithm
fact that
pushes
he'll
you out
chase
to new
pitches if you
people.
give him a
And
chance.
you know, I've
And
actually
the
talked about this.
throw
You mentioned
is
Jimmy
in
Dore earlier.
time.
Him and
It's
I
a
have had
strikeout,
1,000
and he played
conversations
first,
about this.
goes 2
Where
to
we
3.
know other channels that were similar size to us, and we were chugging along all at basically the same rate. And then out of nowhere, when I was gaining
Romo
30 or
enters to do the
40,000
pitching
new
in the bottom
subscribers
of
a
the
month, it
sixth.
exploded to 6,000.
Is it
thereabouts.
possible that it's less nefarious and that they made some sort of a deal with just political
Yeah, but it was a good
outlets
change
across
up,
the
Matty.
board?
Good
Yeah,
arm
well, that
action
is
on
it,
that
because they admitted it. They actually released
pitch.
it. They have this
Look
thing
for
where
him to
they
try
tell
and
you what
stay
they're going
back
to
a
do,
little
and one of
bit
the
more.
things they said
Let
is,
the ball get a
in
little
order
deeper.
to
Don't be
combat
shocked
fake
if this pitcher
news,
tries to
they
rush
want
a
to
heater
make sure
right here.
that the
One
stuff that
ball,
gets
no strikes to
recommended
count.
is the respected
one
outlets,
misses badly.
namely
It's ball 2.
CNN, Fox News,
Yeah, you know what? I
MSNBC.
listen to your shit. I watch your videos all the time. They never get recommended.
Mantle is under it, and there's one
Would you
gone.
go on-
Exactly it.
Why don't you go on the dark web?
But because then you're
The
selling
next video
coke
is
and
pedo
Jimmy
jerking
is-
off.
Jimmy Fox
But
is
you want to be
struck out
independent.
swinging
But
in
you're
his
really
last
independent.
play.
Your
Oh, and
videos
there's
get
a drive to
recommended
deep
occasionally.
left
I
center.
should
You can
be
pretty much
really honest
forget
about
about this
But
one.
Jimmy
This
Dorsey
is
get recommended
way
all
out
the
of
time.
here.
It could just be that you watch more him than me, because honestly, as long as you're a
Here's
subscriber
Corey
and you
Seager.
watch my stuff,
As he'll
then
look
they
at
will
a slider
recommend it
that
to you.
runs
The
in
issue
too
is
far for ball
they don't
one.
recommend it
2
that
hits
much
and
to
2 trips
new
for him
viewers.
thus far.
So it used to
Softly
be, if
hit
you're watching a
toward the
CNN
hole.
video or you're watching some other news outlet, they
Throw
could
gets it,
recommend
2
one
down.
of my videos, because
Right.
I used to get better views than they do. Now they pump theirs out all the time,
Ready
and they
once
surpass
again.
me.
So that would
Jose
be
Ramirez.
non-related. So
He's
people have
bounced
never
out and
looked at you at
flown
all.
out in his
Yeah,
first
So
2
that's
plays.
so
new
you're not
people.
getting that.
Just able
Right,
to get a
that's right.
piece of
So
that for
back-
strike
get
1.
this, during the 2016
Bases are empty here with 2
election,
men out.
2016,
Started to
well,
go
I was
around
about
there,
30
but
to
he holds up
40,000
ball
subscribers
1.
a month. Now it's like 6,000.
Hey, this guy's nasty on the mound.
And
If you check
other
swing and not
channels
chase that one,
that are
put
not
yourself right back in the
deprioritized
count.
are still gaining that or more.
Now,
40,000, 50,000.
Two or
Do
two.
you think there's what happens if someone like CNN puts out information that's
And he
demonstrable?
misses this one
See,
inside,
that's
and that'll run
the next
things
point that I
full.
was going to
3
make,
and
which
2.
is it's ridiculous
When a
that they
pitcher's
even
close to
have this
working
notion
through a
that,
quick
like,
inning,
well,
that's
these are
when
the
you
real
really
outlets
need
and
to
these are the
grind out
fake
some
outlets.
at-bats.
Listen,
He's done a
you
good
brought up
job of
Russiagate
that,
before.
and that's
From the
really
beginning,
big
I was
when
saying,
you're
here's what's
hitting
going to
towards
happen
the
with
bottom of
Russiagate.
the order.
Absolutely nothing. The people were thinking that Donald Trump
how
was
did
going to
you
get
know
pulled out
that?
of. I just
Next
followed
3-2.
the evidence, Joe. It's not that difficult. You just have to look at whatever.
Line
I'm
drive,
sorry, I'm
base
getting
hit.
mad. Whatever the
So that
intelligence
knock
agencies
keeps the
say,
bottom of the sixth
usually it's
inning
bullshit.
hot.
These are the same people who lied us into the fucking Iraq War, and I'm supposed to listen to them when they tell me that the president's a Manchurian candidate.
Right.
There's an old
At
saying,
plate,
extraordinary
Frank
claims require
Thomas.
extraordinary evidence.
And a
They didn't
swing from
present
him
any
yields
real
a
evidence.
foul
It was just a
pop
bunch
out of play to the
screaming
right.
idiots like Rachel
No hits
Maddow
to
every
this
night.
Did
point.
you see Ted
Set to
Cruz
deliver the 0-1.
cross-examining
Grounded
Comey
to short.
about
Throw in
testimony
the dirt, but a
about
good
Russia,
scoop at
about
first save.
evidence that was emails that were edited.
New
And
inning
they were-
set to
the
get underway.
emails were
And in the
edited
bat next, the
to,
legacy,
to
Bo
imply
Bichette.
a
Starting to
completely
run out of
different
time. They haven't been able to
outcome than
score
what the
any
email
runs
actually said.
as we're
Yeah, I
moving
did not
late
see
into
that.
this
It's
one.
crazy,
A
but
perfect
that's a
time for
battle
this
of
leadoff
smart
guy to
motherfuckers
try to
there.
get on
Comey
base
versus
and
Cruz.
ignite
It
around.
is, but I really
And
respected
that pitch
Ted
misses
Cruz
in
for
the
that
dirt, and
conversation.
it's
It was
2-0
stunning.
now.
It was stunning. It was stunning listening to them saying, Comey was just basically.
Swing and a miss
I
on
don't
the
recall
heater.
that.
That's 2-1.
This is not what I'm
Man,
aware
this has
of.
been a
and-
game
and
filled
you're-
of a
you know,
lot of
Cruz
swings and
reads off
misses.
of the email.
Not
He
very
reads
many
the actual
confident
real
swings,
original
and this
email,
team
then
up there,
he reads the
they'd
email
swing
that
at a
was put into-
butterfly right
that
now
was,
if it flew in
submitted
front
as
of the
evidence,
plate.
and how it
Lots
was
of
edited.
swings,
Yeah,
lots
it's
of misses,
disturbing. It's
a lot of
disturbing that-
ugly
that
at-bats for
someone
this team right
in the
now.
intelligence community could get away with that. Whoever
Coming to
did
the
it.
plate now,
Whoever edited
Ty
that.
Cobb.
Just to make
A
trouble.
hit in
It's
two
like
They-
drives.
they- that's what I'm saying. They lie all the
Here's the
time,
first
Joe, just
pitch
because
to
they're,
him.
they're official and they don't curse like I do or
One out,
whatever. And they
nobody
seem
on.
like they're more relaxed when they talk. They're liars. And CNN
Hit softly
oftentimes
down down
puts
the
out
line
stuff
at
that's
first.
completely untrue.
But a
All the
foul
mainstream
ball,
media outlets
1-1.
And there's, there's never a moment of reckoning where
Here
it's like,
comes.
okay, well, that was fake
He
news,
couldn't pull that
actually.
one
And what the
back.
independent
This
guys were
one
saying
really
was
took
actually
the plane to
correct.
the plate, and that
Was
will
it
be
you that was
ruled a
telling me
strike.
Brian Stelter was saying don't listen to other.
Still
news
1 and
outlets.
2.
I wasn't me, but I do know what you're talking about. Yes.
I was having a conversation with someone. They were
Now,
telling
here's the
me
pitch.
that he literally was saying, "Don't listen to
Yeah,
other
this
news
guy's a
outlets
grinder.
because
Fouls
they're not
off
gonna
good
tell you the
pitches
truth.
and
We're gonna
doesn't
tell
seem
you
to
the
swing
truth."
at
That
the
sounds
ones
like a
just
cult
off the
thing,
corner.
right?
This guy's a
Doesn't it?
pitcher's nightmare.
That's what it does.
And that's a
But when
swinging
they've
strike
been
3 in
wrong
the
and
dirt.
haven't told you the
Fox
truth
is
about
after
a
it,
number of
and the
things.
throw is
Yeah.
made to
Look at
record the
Syria.
second
There's
out
another
of the
great
inning.
example. How long were they telling us about Syria? That, you know,
Now,
there was
late
Assad
Travis
did a gas
Darno.
attack against his
It
own
was a
people. Then you have
flyout for him
whistleblowers
in his
who were
last
doing the
trip.
investigations who were like,
Here
this
comes
is
the
not
first
true
pitch.
at all.
In on the hands of
And
it
then they
with
never
the
correct
fastball.
themselves.
It's 1-0.
Meanwhile, then there's people like me,
This
there's people
right-handed
like Jimmy,
pitcher,
who
his
are like,
bread and
that's
butter
not,
is
they're
that
wrong about
two-seamer,
this.
and he loves to
And
throw it
we
inside.
get deprioritized when we say stuff like that. There's never a moment where it's like,
1-0
oh,
pitch
actually, they
on
were
the
right.
way.
interesting
Oh, and that
because you
looked like
have
the
to
very
stay
definition
independent.
of
It's so
flailing
frustrating
there.
with
It's
people
even
like
at
you.
1.
There's no way
Now
Jimmy
before the
Dore
next
could do
pitch,
that
time
show
is called
if
at
he
home
was on
plate as he'll
some sort
step
of
out.
coordinated
Can't have a
network.
boss. No
He's
way.
too wild.
I
It's
can't have
2
one
and
either.
1.
I'm not going to listen to
I'd
somebody
be
tell
real
me.
surprised if he
You're
goes
not.
back
But
out
Jimmy
away there
Dore,
on the
like you
mound.
said, he
This is a
spits
count for
fire.
a
He gets
fastball
crazy.
challenge,
Right.
and we'll see if
He
he's
gets
ready
crazy.
for it
He
in the
says
box.
wild shit.
Trout has a read
And,
on
you
it.
know, like, because he's a comedian
And
as
that
well.
retires
I know, yeah,
the
you can
side.
see that influence when you talk.
I would like a boss. I would like to be sponsored by Chase Manhattan or Citigroup or
And they pay well, I hear.
Exxon, a company with
I hear they
values
pay
that are
well.
aligned
Ty
with mine, and
Cobbs up
One of
off
the
the
best
bench as he'll be
conspiracy
asked to
theories
get
from the
something
podcast
started
we do
in the
with
home
Alex is
half
they
of the
think that
7th.
There's a woman's voice
yeah.
in one of the clips saying, relax, we're here. But it's actually me.
Yeah, but who did they? So
You
who did
want to
they?
double check it?
I wanted to make sure. I was like, maybe something slid in there that I didn't know
They
about.
think it was like an alien
Either
or
someone's in my ear, like there's someone
Trying to bunt
directing
his
the
way
show.
forward, but this will
Spotify.
get
Like
caught.
someone directing the show with Alex fucking Jones
Yeah.
and Tim fucking Dillon
Yeah.
and me.
That must drive you crazy that
And now the
it
infield
couldn't be more
shifts into a bunt
obvious
prevent
that
formation. No
there's
surprise
steering
with the
that
speed
ship,
that's
and
at
people
play.
are accusing you of like, oh,
Nearly
this is
got
steering.
the
But it's the
inside,
most
but
ridiculous
ruled the
steering
ball.
too. It's me telling Alex, relax, relax. And they're like, it's a woman's voice. You hear that? Here's a woman's voice. Like, I had a friend send this to me.
Looks like the corner
Cameron
infielders are guarding the lines
Cameron
now,
sent it
trying
me.
to
He goes,
prevent
play
anything
this.
from getting
He goes,
by
what
them
is that
for extra
voice? I go,
bases.
that's me, motherfucker. That's
Try
me.
to
Go,
bunt for a
relax,
base hit here as he gets
relax.
this one
There's
down.
a woman's voice.
Throw will
There's
not
a
be
woman's
in time.
voice.
It's a perfect
I love
bunt there.
Spotify
Nets
being
him a
like,
base
listen,
runner to
nothing's
lead
gonna
off
change
the
about the
inning.
show. We are gonna have a woman in your ear for the whole 3 hours.
And she's going to tell people to
Yeah,
relax.
she's
Quick
tell
move
people
here
to
to step
relax,
off
and she's
and
just
look
gonna
on the
remind you
back.
that Spotify's here.
I saw
Other than that, nothing.
I saw your video on
Standing
that
in
with
now,
the
number
Aaron.
23.
Yeah.
Left-handed
Yeah.
here as he takes a look
Well,
at
they're
strike
fun. The
one.
tech people are
It
fun.
was a
I
walk
mean,
in his
you
last
gotta
trip.
laugh at
Hey,
this. You gotta
he'll be
enjoy it.
back
What I
in
worry about
standing
is
up.
there's far too many people that aren't going to enjoy what's clearly the end of the
Cobb
country.
on at first,
and treat
nobody
with
out.
laughter. I
And
think they're
again,
going to go out
a
and try
throw,
to kill each
keeping
other and ruin
particularly close tabs on
businesses
it.
and ruin property
Well,
instead of just accepting that this was a good run. That we had a
Runners off
fun
for
run
second.
as an empire.
Strike call.
And now
Now
it's
the
kind of
throw
coming
down.
apart, but everything's not horrible.
Well
It's still-
behind the play. That's an easy
It
stolen
really
base.
is coming apart for sure.
A runner at
Flash it.
second, nobody
I mean,
out.
It is coming apart.
It's
I
coming
saw
Hit hard on
apart.
the ground at
violence
first.
today at one of
And
the
a good
polls
effort
in
on the
North
dive that
Carolina.
time, but this will get
Mhm.
by him for a base hit. And they'll get it in quickly. It's first and third now with nobody out.
Number 27. Trump is
Cody Hoyer comes on now, and he'll take over with nobody out.
Trump
in
is
inning
ahead.
number
That's
7.
not. That's not going to
Into the
hold.
box,
Right.
Mike Trout.
25
As
million.
the first
There's
pitch
a
misses to
0%
him, it's ball one.
chance that
He's
holds.
2 for
Someone
3
sounds
and
like a
looking
fucking
for more
expert
here.
over
Left side.
Can we
Have we
see-
gotten
Donaldson's
any
Can
more?
I
up
see the
with
rest
it.
of this
Throw
thing?
to the
Yeah,
plate,
right. Yeah, I wanna
and
see
not
some
in
face.
time as the run
Wait a minute,
score.
Wyoming went red. That's weird.
Ready for another chance? Mickey Mantle not providing
I can't
much out of
believe
the
that.
3-hole in this one.
What
are you
This is
saying?
the
It's
3
Cheyenne,
back so
Wyoming?
far.
Go back to
One
the-
ball, no
Jamie, can you
strikes
show
to
me how
count.
much of the Texas
Here
vote is
comes the
in by hovering
1-0.
over the Texas?
Smoked on the ground, left side.
fucking kidding
And
me?
there's
Dude,
a
that's
base
look
hit
how
as
close
that
it
gets
is.
through into left.
Yeah, but the
Throw
Democrats
goes
are
to
supposed to
quickly
lose it
here,
by
and that'll
15
prevent
points.
the
Yeah, but
runner
look
at
at it,
third
look at
from
it.
testing things here.
49 to 49, 49.6 to
So
49.1.
now to the
That's
plate,
real
Randy
close.
I know, but
Rosarena.
it should be Donald
The
Trump
first
plus
pitch sinker
15.
misses
Yeah, because
to
all
him.
my
It's ball
fucking asshole people moved here from
This is
California.
Joe Rogan's fault.
It's not my fault, but people like me who were the looting and the pandemics, like, we're done.
Hit the other
We're outta
way
here.
out toward right
Missouri's
field.
blue?
Right fielder is on the
No,
run,
that's not gonna
and he
hold.
makes the
How much
play,
is it?
but this should
Yeah,
extend
I
their
don't think
lead
that's
as
Biden
the runner
wins Texas
tags
is
from
over,
third.
right?
Yes, no,
And
there's
add
no
one
prayer for
more
Trump
as
if
this
Biden
is
wins.
now a
What if
6-0
Biden wins
ball game.
Texas, Joe? You got to pack up and go home.
Stepping up now, Jimmy
gotta go
Fox.
back
He's
to
gonna
LA.
come on the
Their runners at
podcast
the
and he's
corners
gonna
now.
to LA, we
Hit
open
that
the
to
barely
the
speak
line.
coherently.
And they'll
Another
extend their lead
exempt
even
one.
further
Nice
as the
few
run
months.
from
think
third
there's
is
a
in to
reason why
score.
Texas is fun, and I don't think you can have that with a Democrat.
You can't.
Yeah,
Next
but,
at the
like,
plate will
what's
be
he gonna do?
Corey
He's not
Seager
gonna force
as he'll
Texas
take a
to
look
be
at an
like-
off-speed
well,
pitch
the
here that
last
misses for
Democrat
ball
was
one.
Ann
So
Richards.
far, 2 for 3
Last
in this
Democratic,
one.
what, governor?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no
Inside
idea.
corner,
Yeah,
ball
Ann
and a
Richards.
strike.
I think it was Ann Richards.
Hey, now he's got me
George
confused
W.
up
Bush
here.
like a
This is a
Republican.
known sinker
That's what
puller out on
happens.
the
It's
mound
interesting.
trying to roll
Look,
a double
yeah,
play.
It's like
Throws
Joe
it to the
Manchin.
receiver.
Yeah, Joe Manchin is a West Virginia Democrat. He's
And he
basically a
fouls this one
Republican.
off.
Look at Austin,
3
disgusting
runs
blue,
already home here.
just sitting there like a big blue zit in the middle of the city.
Dallas, all the big cities, Joe.
Left center, base hit.
That's what happens. All the big cities go left, and all the
Mantle
rural areas
is
go
on
right.
his
But
way
isn't that
home.
The case with, I mean, that's the whole reason.
And the
why
runner
New
will
York and
score from
California-
second.
We were talking about
Right.
that before. That big
And he's
cities
safe.
always go blue.
Always.
Why?
Usually they're younger. People are closer
Stepping
together.
in now, Jose Ramirez.
Why does that make people Democratic?
And this will be
What do you
fouled
I mean,
away.
listen, there's something to be said about when you live
Bouncer
the kind
to
of
the
rural
left side.
lifestyle.
He's
It's
got
almost
it.
like, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way at all, but I'm saying like you're the county of the area. You know what I mean? I don't mean it like that because I'm a county. I'm still in the place where I grew up. You know.
Hey, this game looked
guess
like
not
it was going to
in
be
a
one of
rural
those
area
wild
or
ones right from the
more
beginning.
city, suburban
When you
type
could
area.
win
But
this
anyway,
thing
that the
in
people that live in
walk-off
cities are
fashion,
more civilized.
what a way to
No,
win a ball game.
That's what I
A
heard.
walk-off
That's
That's
win.
what I heard.
Then it did not come out right. No, I
Sounds
really
like
think that
you don't
there's
like
something to do with
ranchers.
population density. Has a lot
Yeah.
to do with it. The closer you are to
Yeah.
other people, you feel like, whoa, we gotta have some rules to make sure this thing kind of goes smoothly. Whereas you don't need that many rules when the nearest person to you is
Well,
5
we
miles
watched
away.
a really solid starting
You don't
pitching
want- you want people
performance,
telling
kept
you
the
what to do.
opposition at
I
bay,
wonder
and
if-
as a
I'd
result,
like
he's
to
our
get someone
top
who really
player of the
understands
game.
that to explain it.
Well, I thought he did a real
Well, it's
nice
always
job
been
on
like
the
that.
mound,
You
guys.
need more
He threw
cities.
strikes
You need
and
more
mixed his
government,
pitches
right?
really
And
well.
this is what
And
Congress
in the end,
needs
his
more
performance
government
helped
in
him.
cities.
Right.
There's an interdependence in cities that doesn't exist outside of them.
That's right.
So when
That's
you
right.
have that interdependence, you need some type of regulatory, whatever it is, action that enforces those things so that everybody benefits or the great majority of people benefit. When you're in the suburbs or the rural areas, it's kind of people are more likely to be like, hey, leave me the fuck
leave me
alone.
alone.
Well, that's why it's even more fascinating that Arnold Schwarzenegger, a Republican, was the governor at one point in time.
Well, yeah, because people had had it, right? Rudy Giuliani got elected in New York when people had had it.
Yeah.
So I think when people have had
Well,
it,
they're gonna have it after this.
they're gonna have it after this. There was 2,800 homicides the year Giuliani got in. That's like 8 a day, and Giuliani got elected, and then what happened was that shift started that started decreasing.
But aren't they tracking higher than that now in New York?
They're going.
post-COVID?
They probably will. I don't know if they're tracking higher than that, but the crime is skyrocketing.
Yeah, and De Blasio defunded the police.
Well,
by
this whole idea of like if you get rid of cops and give social workers the job of police, it's going to work out well. Does seems to be a little childish.
Yeah, the De Blasio thing seemed more like an accounting trick, where he was trying to say to but the money's being used for the same thing.
It is amazing how blue Texas looks.
I'm floored by that.
That's
because
a political realignment that is.
I didn't think it would be by 2020 that this happens.
Because that would mean, so if Texas stays blue, right?
He's done.
He's done.
He's done.
Yeah, if
And
if
then the
Biden wins
Republicans are
Texas, it's
done.
over.
Yeah.
No way. There's no way.
There's
Trump
no
can win.
path for Trump.
No path.
If Trump loses Florida, it's over.
And how's he doing in Florida?
Slightly. They say it's too close to call he's winning.
I wish there was someone I could root for in this election. I really do. I'm having fun in the idea that Trump could win again, just because so many people that
That
despise
we don't
him,
like.
I think are annoying.
Right. Yes.
But I don't really want him to win.
Right.
Yeah, you know what you're gonna get, and it's chaos. You know,
It's chaos.
It's
yeah.
chaos with Biden too, because it's
but
not
it's a
going to be
different
Biden.
kind of chaos.
Yeah, it's I
He's
don't
a
even know where
zombie.
I am.
His brain
Yeah.
doesn't work.
Right. So
But you don't
then you
worry
have
about a
people that-
tweet at 4 a.m.
I love those tweets. But then you get someone who you didn't elect who runs the country. That's where it
You
gets
mean
really
Biden?
weird. Yeah.
I mean, listen.
No. I mean, if Biden is incompetent and he's
You're saying so
Can
it's the people around him running the country. I
this
get what
is
you're
something that Tim Pool brought up, and I didn't think he was right, but I thought it was a weird thing to bring up. Interesting thing, I should say, to bring up. The 25th Amendment, the idea that the president's unfit. If the president's unfit, that they could exercise that with Biden.
No. First of all, Tim, they tried to do this. There's Democrats who were talking about doing this with Trump.
Yes.
And the point that I made and a lot of other people made is, once you open that door of like, oh, I think this person's mentally unfit, mentally incompetent, so I don't care what the voters said, I'm going to override them because I think I'm some sort of expert.
Yeah.
There's no shutting that door. Every single president will have the opposing party say, we're going to go after him because he's not mentally fit, whether or not it's true.
Isn't that a thing where people who want to take over power, they look at the person in power and they try to find a way that they can do it, but they don't understand that that could be used on them.
Exactly.
This is the argument that I was making to those dummies that were running Chaz in Seattle. I was saying, do you understand now that you said you could take people's property by force,
right?
You can enforce your own laws, you can make your own country inside of a country, and you can put up boundaries and borders, and you can enforce those laws with violence. Well, guess what? Now you've opened up the door to someone doing that to you.
Exactly right.
Because they don't have to have any sort of legal precedent. They don't have to have any legislative powers. They just have to have force. Force and violence.
People struggle with doing the thought exercises of like a universality to their actions.
Yes.
You know, and this is actually what I brought up earlier with Trump. I always talk about the Obama campaign was spying on me. This is crazy. It's like, yeah, and the NSA is still spying on all Americans. Maybe you should do something about that.
Right, like pardon Snowden.
Is Chaz done
pardon
now
Snowden,
officially?
Assange as well. Pardon
done?
Snowden, pardon Assange.
Yeah, but they won't do that. You know, that's the case with that whole thing that you're talking about, where people want to do something to someone and don't understand that those things can happen back to them. That always applies to violence. Like
Absolutely.
People say, I'll go punch that guy in the head. You know, like, stop there. Doesn't end there.
Doesn't stop there.
The violence is a long domino. Like, you know, like the violence from the Civil War that lasted for decades, where people were still murdering people from the other side that killed their kinfolk.
That's the whole punch a Nazi, like everybody was like punch Nazi.
That was the worst.
Well, listen,
by people who should never even think about punching anybody. They were all running around punching Nazi. Like, you don't know how to punch.
You have to think about violence, and I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on this in a principled way. So what I mean by that is you have to have a standard, and the standard that I've always defaulted to is only in cases of self-defense from imminent attack, basically. And I think that doctrine works well in your personal life, and I think that doctrine works well as a foreign policy for the entire country.
Yes.
That, hey, the only time we're going to send people to fight and die is when there's really some legit threat of attack against us.
100%. I agree 100%. But I also think that the people that are calling for violence, that don't understand violence, they're so crazy. You're literally like a child who is calling for a fight with someone who knows how to fight. Like, if you call for violence in this country, what are the number of veterans in this country? I mean, it's got to be more than 1 million. There are so many people in this country that really understand violence, and they're not the ones calling for violence. They're not the punch a Nazi people.
Right.
The people that really understand violence and have seen violence and have committed violence for their country, those are the motherfuckers that you break glass in case of war. You need them, and people don't understand that. Like, these people running around calling for violence, calling for a revolution. Like, you are going to open a door that you can never close. And when those fucking soldiers come pouring out of that door and they want to defend what they think is an attack on their freedoms and their country, you're fucked.
Yeah, and again, that's why I'm happy to get back to the point I made earlier, that we have so many distractions that I don't think we're going to get to the point of a civil war.
God, I hope not. Because
I think Netflix kind of sucks recently. Like, a lot of shows are not that good. The late night shows are.
Hold on.
I would rather do a civil war than listen to Fallon.
What about Cobra?
I actually agree with that.
I agree with that. Yeah. What about Cobra? I think he agrees with that. I think
agree.
Fallon is like, please.
I know. Please. Give me a musket.
I know I'm
Cobra
not good.
Kai. Did you watch Cobra Kai?
Cobra Kai's great.
It's fucking great.
That's great. There's a few
I
things
did
that are
watch
good.
that.
Cobra Kai's like a time warp. It's like you go
really
back.
good, yeah.
It's like an 80s movie. But
Breaking news. Marijuana legalization referendum way ahead in New Jersey.
Wow.
Yes. Fuck
Way
you,
ahead.
Chris Christie. How about that, Chris?
Well, listen, here's a reality. Chris Christie's a healthy guy and he wants to keep people healthy.
He beat COVID. That should be the end of the lockdown right there.
He did beat COVID.
Yeah.
He did
So
beat
did
COVID.
my
I want
friend who's 80.
whatever drugs they got.
Well, I have a friend who's 80 and he just beat it.
Yeah.
Beat
Did
it
he
with
take
nothing.
the drug?
He didn't take
Nothing?
shit. Took some IV vitamins. Said he was sick for 4 days. 80.
Wowzer.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy is highly confident marijuana will be legalized. Look at him clapping. I'm gonna get high as
So,
fuck.
Joe, let me give you.
High as fuck. That's what he's saying right now. Woo!
Let me give you. I'll tell you about the direct ballot initiatives if you want, Joe. We got weed in a bunch of places. So we got legalizing weed in Arizona.
Yeah.
Legalizing weed in Montana.
Woo!
And in New Jersey. That's 3. And then also I think we have South Dakota and Mississippi are voting on medical marijuana. Not legal recreational, but medical. They don't even have medical there yet. And then apparently the polls show that all 5 of those are likely to pass.
Yeah. Montana.
This gets to a point in our last podcast we spoke about this. Direct ballot initiatives. There's never been a better idea because usually when you put things directly to the people, they're overwhelmingly reasonable and sensible.
Yeah. Here we go. DC Initiative 81, decriminalize psychedelic plants. Oh shit!
Wow.
Look at the numbers. 76%.
Oh yeah. And in Oregon, they're voting on decriminalizing all drugs.
All drugs.
In small amounts.
But look at this. That means in DC you're going to be able to get mushrooms. Oh,
how did the initiative do to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer?
I want to.
Where is that?
It passed with 60%. 82%.
Yeah. Who was it that it was Alex Jones who said that it was an FBI organization, and the 2 guys turned out to be FBI informants?
Yeah, 2 of the guys were FBI informants.
He called it. John Jones.
Really?
John Jones. Alex Jones. Alex Jones
they
called it. Yeah.
Well, this is what the FBI does all the time. They try. They go into a mosque and they go, "Here's a bomb," and then they come back in and they go, "That guy was working." I mean, this is what they do. They entrap people. This is how they operate.
That guy in Dallas. The FBI did that.
Of course they do.
Yeah. They gave him a bomb that didn't even work.
Yeah. And this is the way they operate, and this is why, like, Boston bombing and all these things that are weird and you don't know anything about them. A lot of it's because the FBI doesn't want you to know how they recruit informants and how they operate. They don't want to know.
It's dirty. It's dirty. Seriously, a dirty business. And that's why I go crazy when people cite the CIA or the FBI as if they're these objective, like, serious people bodies. No, they're incredibly political. And they've been involved in a whole bunch of shady shit, and they still are to this day. It's not like it's
like when the CIA is tweeting like gay pride, or it's like insane. Like the FBI is like, yeah, it's queer. Like it's absurd. And then mainstream liberals fall for this horse shit.
Well, it's like corporations doing Black Lives Matter stuff. Like, okay, you got black people working for you, and you're paying them a wage that they can't even live on.
Right.
Do their Black Lives Matter?
Right.
Raise their fucking wages.
Right. Well, that's why I support Tim Cook and Apple, because they're not doing anything wrong to our people,
Little slavery never hurt anybody.
Is anybody ever going to address that, you think? I mean, I really do believe, not to beat that old dead horse, but if one cell phone company came along and made a cell phone and started shitting on all these other companies that make these phones using slave labor, say, no, our phones are made by union workers. They cost more, we make less, but we can sleep good at night.
Yeah, so I don't know, because I feel like it has to be addressed at the top level. That's one you can't do at an individual level or the bottom up. Like, market forces are not enough to fight something like that. Mm-hmm. You actually need action from people with authority and power.
But it's such a complex thing to make a cell phone. It seems and also you have to get in Verizon and AT&T. Remember, Verizon had a deal with Huawei. They were about to go nationwide with Verizon, and then the government came in and said, and then boom, they're gone, and now they're banned, and now you can't even buy routers and modems and.
Actually, they're doing, I think, some sort of antitrust case against Google now. The government sued Google. I'm not sure if it's to break them up or whatever, but
I think it's about their search engine.
I think that, listen, we do have a lot of things that are effective monopolies, and that's a real problem. That's a real problem. The consolidation of power.
Well, we could
corporations.
Certainly say that about social media companies.
Absolutely.
I mean, you really say that about Twitter. The Twitter, through no fault of their own, is a monopoly. It's not like they bought out all the competition. But somehow or another, they made something that was so effective that nobody else really came up with a viable alternative, and they become the number one source of distributing hateful messages.
And what's scary, what's scary is how much mainstream journalists view their job as to run to the mods to tell them when somebody's acting up or saying something that's not true. You know what I mean? And I know you and Glenn talked about this, and something I've talked about a lot as well, that really, I mean, it is the case that now the new public square is Twitter, Facebook, these big social media companies. Mm-hmm. So honestly, if we believe in the principle of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, you should expand that and basically treat these companies like public utilities and expand free speech protections. to make them apply to everybody. The only time, like, listen, direct threats of violence, we all agree you can't have that.
Right.
But outside of that, I mean, if somebody's just
Doxing.
no doxing, no hurt, no threats, direct threats.
Doxing, direct threats of violence,
harassment,
distribution of someone, like if someone breaks in your iCloud and gets all your dick pics, Kyle.
Can't do that.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Don't do that.
That's wrong.
That's wrong. But other than that, yeah, I agree. And I think the problem is that the medium is so flawed that, like, it's a great way if everybody plays by some real moral, ethical standards of just don't say anything to someone you wouldn't say to their face, and try to do it in a kind way, and don't try to hurt people's feelings. If, like, we could all act in that, like, even if you disagree with someone, like, man, that's fucking stupid, this is why it's dumb. But people, when they read mean things, it literally does hurt them. It gives them pain. And we discredit that pain. We dismiss that pain as long as it's convenient to us. Now, if someone is giving that pain out to someone who's saying something that we don't agree with, then we fully support it.
We love it, exactly.
But if someone is dishing that pain out to someone who we think is a protected person, we get
offended. Yeah.
We get very offended, and we apply different standards.
That's right. I mean, listen, I just don't read it. Do you read your stuff?
No,
yeah,
I don't read anything.
Because when you hit a certain point, it's like, oh, this is not adding anything to my life.
I would be an insane person.
Me too.
Like, every time I have a podcast that's controversial, there's thousands of people that...
You can't escape it, because then the LA Times will write an article and blame you for things, and you're like...
I think it's important to read all of the negative comments and then respond in kind to them.
The LA Times will write an article, not I want to say the LA Times, some publications will write an article based on a couple of mean tweets. They'll take a couple of mean tweets and pretend that they're relevant and write a whole article about it, ignoring any positive tweets or negative tweets or
narrative farming.
Or tweets rather that are in conflict with that.
Yeah, that's narrative farming. But they want a certain narrative, and they're going to search it out.
But I support that too, because that's the First Amendment. That's freedom of speech.
Do whatever they want. Absolutely.
Yeah. I just think that we have this weird time. We're in this weird time. This sort of adolescent stage of information distribution, where it's so like what Alan Levinovitz calls processed information. The way it's bad for you, the same way as processed food is bad for you. And I felt like that was a really great way of making an analogy. Because it's that processed food, we all agree. It's like you can eat it, it's not good for you. And if you do it all the time, you're going to get sick. And that's the same thing with processed information. If you're a person now, particularly during COVID, it's a huge issue because many people they really were detached from the outside world, especially people with compromised immune systems who are scared to go outside, older people. They just only communicate with people online. And so you're communicating with people through Facebook messages. And and you're just fucking arguing with people, and you don't see anybody. No one's in front of you. And how many people are even good at that?
Right.
We're so bad at that. Just at talking face to face, people are bad now.
Kellyanne Conway just came out and said you will hear from the president tonight.
Oh, that means he's probably going to try to declare victory.
I'm wondering if that is the case, but Kellyanne is saying that on Twitter.
Oh, Texas went red, bitch!
There you go.
See, now that's more what I thought would happen.
Listen, I'm not even rooting for anybody. This is one of the reasons why this is fun.
It doesn't sound like you are.
Yeah, really.
Texas went red! Woo! I'm neutral.
Anyway, I don't,
66% though, there could be more.
Yeah, but it won't be. It's gonna lean red.
I'll tell you right now, that's maybe the last election. Republicans can safely say they have Texas.
Oh yeah, they barely got it now.
They barely got it now.
We're nowhere near. What is the numbers, Jamie? Go back to that as far as percentage counted. Yeah, it's only 66%. They could lose it already still. Look, 34% is a lot of fucking people.
Dude, it's like 4-3 to 4-2, 3-9. That's not
34% is a lot. And imagine all these fucking liberals out here that came with me from California that got off
Tom
work.
Segura, it's his fault.
Oh, he hasn't moved here yet. They haven't moved here yet.
So Florida's going to Trump.
Oh, Kansas went red. How weird.
Florida's going to Trump.
I think the ones that are in bold red colors they've called.
Yeah. I'm kidding about Kansas. Of course it's red.
Now, what about Ohio?
So it looks like Florida's red.
See, Ohio, that's more reflecting what the polls were. It showed Trump a little bit up. Now Trump's up in Ohio.
So
wait,
Trump
wins. Let me see this.
Ohio, Florida, Texas. What else does he have to win?
Pennsylvania. He needs Pennsylvania.
He's got to get PA.
Pennsylvania doesn't look good.
If he doesn't get PA, can he get anything else to make up for PA?
Go to Pennsylvania
maybe,
again,
but he doesn't. It's not possible. Like he could jack Nevada, but that's not going to be good enough.
He's way off in Pennsylvania, though. Look at that. Only 17% reporting.
Yeah,
now.
but no. He actually, that's not terrible because they count. I think they count the mail-ins first there.
But look at the
Oh,
numbers.
hold on, let me fact check that.
It's only 17%, but he's off by, what is that, 50,
There's
60,000?
There's time.
60,000.
There's a lot of time. There's a lot left to report.
A lot of farmers.
What about California?
Okay, hold on.
How's California?
Pennsylvania.
Still open.
It's only
Go to California.
6 o'clock. It's nothing there yet.
Go to, go to
Oh,
Ohio.
you're right about Pennsylvania, Joe. You're right about Pennsylvania. They count. The results are released from election day first, and then they do the mail-ins. So
That's
if
not
Biden
good.
already has a lead, then that's looking good for Biden.
It's a problem.
Mm.
And if Biden wins Pennsylvania, he's got it.
That's it.
Well,
It's
the
over.
weird thing is, though, Pennsylvania only has 17% reported. Pennsylvania might be one of those
They're a
ones
slow
where-
counter. They're a slow counter. They
Oh.
are. Because they had to wait to count the mail-ins.
Or,
Is there any- Yeah.
we see the governor of Pennsylvania driving a Ferrari in 2 weeks and
Right.
Biden wins.
Is there with a new laptop?
He's got
Is-
a fucking
Is there
cowboy
any
hat covered in diamonds.
Is there any way that Trump wins the popular vote and loses the electoral college?
Less than a 1% chance.
Okay.
What's
there's
the
a-
popular vote right now? What are we at, Jamie?
It doesn't matter what it is now. It's not going to
I
reflect
know,
what
but
it
I
is
just
at the
want
end.
to know. I got a question. He's ahead.
1.2 million.
He's ahead by 1 million. You don't
So
know
this
shit,
is
Kyle.
looking.
I know a lot.
This
Way
is,
ahead.
it's just kind of looking like Biden.
Looks like Biden if he gets Pennsylvania.
No, not for nothing. Right now, this is not terrible for Trump.
Okay.
The only issue for him as of this moment is Pennsylvania.
Dun dun dun.
What if he gets Nevada, Arizona?
He's not.
So,
he's
if
not
he
going to get.
If he doesn't
Michigan.
get
What if he gets
Pennsylvania,
Michigan?
he can't win. He can't win.
No way he can win without Pennsylvania, Florida. Those two are
So he's
super
got-
important.
He's
for him.
gonna
got
get Florida.
Florida.
He's gonna get Florida.
It looks like he's got Florida. But if he loses Pennsylvania, that's a wrap.
That's a wrap. That's right. There's really no other path. They're lying and saying, oh, maybe we can win Nevada. They're not winning Nevada. He's more than 8 points down in Nevada.
Let's see Nevada. What's Nevada
I'm
right
saying
now?
in the polls. I don't. They didn't even close yet.
Oh,
I
it
don't
hasn't
think.
closed yet. So weird, man. It's all so weird.
Let's do a monarchy. You know what I mean? Like this
I
is
could.
every year. This is enough already.
Let's do
Right,
a
a king?
monarchy.
Let's just do a king and a queen.
Like the King of Thailand? That kind of
Yeah,
deal?
yeah.
Where he-
So-
as an official concubine?
Somebody that can figure it out.
You want me to give you the best numbers for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you the best numbers for Trump. There's some evidence out there that he's still got it. He's still got a shot. So when pollsters ask, are you better or worse off than you were 4 years ago? 50% say better, only 34% say worse.
That's crazy because you got to be worse than you were 8 months ago.
That's what I'm saying too, but this is what the poll shows. An NBC News, Wall Street Journal poll. It's totally legit. The last time an incumbent lost, better polled at 37% and worse polled at 40%. And that was George H.W. Bush in 1992.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's tricky.
There's also a big enthusiasm gap. So only 46% of Biden supporters strongly support him. 66% of Trump supporters strongly support him.
I'm amazed at the 46% of Biden supporters. I think 39% of them are lying.
Yeah, most of them are lying. I
Yeah,
think
they just
nobody
hate
is.
Trump.
They like Kamala and
Yeah.
they hate Trump.
Yeah, I think they'd have a better chance if Kamala was on the ticket in the front. I think it was Kamala versus Trump. They'd have a better shot.
You said it already yourself. This is really just somebody who's not Trump. That's the whole mindset.
Right, but Kamala Harris at least, we call her Kamala. That's rude. It's Kamala.
Is it?
Yes,
Son of a bitch.
Kamala.
Kamala.
Not like the wrestler from back in the day, Kamala. Kamala.
I think she'd have a better shot on her own.
I don't know because she got absolutely
get excited
obliterated
about
in the
it.
primary.
Yeah, but that was because Tulsi sank her
It's not. It wasn't just Tulsi. She also went from pretending to be like a lefty like Bernie Sanders and talking about healthcare for everybody, and then by the end of the campaign, she was begging for Donald Trump to get banned off Twitter as if that's some sort of like principled stand.
Yeah, what was that about?
She has no political instincts, and the idiots around her were like, "Hey, use this as your main issue. Like, get him banned
She's
from
just
Twitter."
so used to putting people in jail. She's
Did you
like,
see
put them in
that?
Twitter jail.
Did you see that weird conversation she had with Rachel Maddow where she pretended to see the fly on Mike Pence's head and was laughing about it? But it's so obvious that it's fake. It's the weirdest conversation. It's so weird.
Did you see when Colbert was asking her about her strong lines of attack against Biden?
It was a debate.
Right.
He's like, "So you didn't mean what you were saying?"
It was a debate. And he let her off the hook.
It's like, at least bullshit us well.
Yeah.
You know? Don't give
I
us
mean,
that.
That's a crazy thing. Imagine a debate. Yeah. It's like this.
Before I let you go, if you noticed the fly on Vice President Pence's head at the time during the debate, or if that was something that only we could see it at home. Could you see it sitting next to him?
Watch this. Look at this.
Oh, I made that up.
Look.
Did you have feelings about, like, did you have the instinct to...
Hard-hitting journalism.
You know, Rachel.
Ugh, that is...
I just, I think that it's important that we kind of find a way, all of us, to move on.
Stop.
And,
That's the fakest laugh I've ever heard in my life. That's like a producer laugh when you're doing a sitcom run through and they've heard the jokes 30
Jeffrey
times
Epstein
before.
and Ghislaine Maxwell have so much more integrity than these people. Let's get
But here's
real.
the thing. There's a long history of flies landing on candidates in elections or in debates. One landed on Hillary. Didn't one land on Hillary in a debate with Trump? And there's another one. There's another one in the past. Oh, fuck.
It's happened with Obama before, too.
Did it?
It has. And I remember Alex Jones saying that's evidence that he's a demon.
He said that, and then he was like, Hillary smells like sulfur.
That's it. Yes, that's it. He said that.
Hillary smells like sulfur. I know people that have been close to her, and it's a smell of sulfur.
Did you see the guy? Someone took him saying all those things and put it in a song.
Mm-hmm. I did see that, and it was hilarious.
Yeah, there's a fly. It lands on Obama's lip. I mean, how funny is that? It's so weird. It's weird that flies land on people in debates, and then we make a big deal of it, and that becomes the number one topic.
Right, as opposed to the substance, the policy of what they're discussing.
That's nothing. That's boring. That fly landed on Pence's head. He's a piece of shit.
I do blame the media,
People
though.
even understand policy. Like, if somebody came up to me and were like, what I would be like, wait, what? It's so hard to understand the intricacies of, like, a particular policy.
Yeah.
And it's so difficult for most people that are working and they have kids and they're trying to get by to really know. Like, I mean, healthcare being explained to anyone, it's crazy.
Right. Where's the money go?
Where's the money go? Nobody knows.
I think you're definitely right about that, but also wrong in one sense, which is people generally, their gut instinct is usually correct about the direction we should take the country.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, we've been in Afghanistan for 19 years. Should we still be there? Probably not. Like, that's what people say.
Yeah, but then if you tell them, but we're getting the medals for the phone, they go, oh. And they go back to work like this week. It's like,
they don't say that.
If you sat down with them and go, we're getting the medals for the phone there, they go, right, okay.
But the argument they really use is, we're fighting for your freedom or something.
Right, so if you said, is slave labor good? They would go, no. Okay, give me your phone. Oh. Right. They go, oh.
Hold on.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think, like healthcare is another one. If you bring up healthcare, you think, hey, should everybody in the country have healthcare? Yes.
Where's that money come from?
Yes. Every other developed country has
I
healthcare
know,
for their people.
You would have to say
they say. It actually saves money. That's something that...
But I think so. If you ask that question, I think you're 110% right. But if you phrase it another way and you're like...
Socialized medicine.
Should you not be able to get private insurance?
Right.
People would say, no, I don't want that.
Right, that's right. It is all in the framing. You can get whatever answer you want.
If I really felt like my taxes were going to good, I'd feel good about paying
I always
taxes.
said that too. That's right.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem.
Then it goes to bailout, Wall Street bailouts, military and industrial complex.
Also, you don't get a receipt. Like, they don't show you.
Yeah.
You know? Like, if you get a receipt, imagine if Americans could opt in on what you put your, like, I want all my money to go to education. Like, in, a certain percent, then you realize what people give a fuck about and what they don't give a fuck about. And you vote for that. Right. Vote for where your taxes go.
And that's actually why I think in many other, European countries, they don't necessarily view taxes the same way that we do, because they actually tangibly see what they're getting for that money. They see that they get the health care. They see that they get the education. They see that they have, paid vacation time by law, for example.
Does every other country, every big country, have socialized medicine other than us?
Yes, every other developed country has one version or another of a universal health care. Yes, they vary in terms of how they do it. So here, I'll give you an example. Like the UK, for example, they have what's called the National Health Service, NHS. And basically that's public funding of public hospitals, public doctors, public institutions. So in other words, everything is the government when you go to the NHS and when you go to the doctor, right? And then there's examples like, I think Canada's like this and France is like this, where you have public funding of private institutions. So you have private doctors, they have their own practices, you can have private hospitals, it's their own thing, but it's funded through tax dollars. So that's a little bit different in how they structure it. So there's various ways to do it and get to universal health care, but the connecting tissue is funded through taxes, publicly funded.
And that's, that creates some problems of its own, right?
Like what? What do you think?
Well, if you have, in the UK, for example, they have people coming in, when you don't have the tight immigration standards, you have people coming in from other countries getting operations that haven't paid into the system at all.
Well, there's an old saying.
That becomes a problem.
There's an old saying.
Sounds like a Brexit fan.
You can either have a welfare state and borders, or no welfare state and no borders.
So then, why do you have the Squad and AOC and all these people that Bernie Sanders said the same thing about immigration. He said open borders is a Koch brothers proposal.
That's right.
Everything Trump has said about immigration was uttered by Bill Clinton and a lot of it by Barack Obama.
Obama actually deported more than Trump.
100%. Why is this identity politics gone so insane on the left that you can't have an actual conversation about immigration depressing wages without calling people Nazis?
Social media.
There's definitely
with social media you could shut someone down by simply saying that they're racist.
But it does seem designed like that. AOC and all these people are the pro-open borders, and it seems like for what.
But I would actually contest that. Yeah. I don't think they're actually for open borders. But
they say they are.
She said I'm for open borders.
She's any curbing of immigration, the discussion of it is shut down immediately by her. And,
I agree with that. I agree that the discussion is usually shut down.
Or it's de facto open borders. If they don't say open borders, they say, well, you could come over and show up for a hearing, but you're not going to show up for a hearing because we let you in. So that you could say it's not open borders, but it's de facto open borders if there's no enforcement. So she's against any type of enforcement. So if I said tomorrow there's no enforcement for drunk drivers, but hey, don't drive drunk. That's de facto pro drunk driving.
I think the distinction they make is criminally punishable versus civil punishment. And so they say don't treat it like the criminal matter, treat it more like a civil matter. Now, overall, listen, I'm not...
Yeah, how do you get money from people, though, that come over to the country? How do you treat it like a civil matter?
As in you don't lock them up in a cage necessarily.
So what does happen?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I don't have the same position they have.
So
I'm just saying...
but I'm saying that's the problem with a lot of people when you look at that flank of the Democratic Party and you go, it would be great to have health care and all these things. However, you can't just have porous borders, no enforcement. It's like crazy to think you could do that.
It is sort of overstated, though, how much they've put on this issue. It's not like Democrats, when they get in their local meetings, are like, we sure should open the borders. They're talking more about health care.
But I will tell you this, it is the
education.
reason that Trump won, and it is the most popular issue. If you look at the numbers, and Ann Coulter puts all these numbers up all the time, well over 70% of people, blacks, Hispanics, everybody, including recent immigrants, favor curbing immigration. They do not want just unfettered immigration. That's pretty proven every single time the question is asked.
And Obama broke the deportation record.
Right.
Obama deported more people than Trump deported.
I'm just wondering why it's become this hot button issue where everybody who wants to talk about it is a racist Nazi, when literally Obama understood that you needed a border.
Well, here it's real simple. Real simple. Trump is president. Trump's a Republican.
Right.
Trump's already been labeled a racist. Then you have these cages. You see people in the cages. It looks terrible. And you see children being separated from their parents. It seems terrible.
It is.
But supporting any sort of curbing of immigration supports that. So it's already been established.
Right.
Well, listen.
See what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying. Listen, I think that I agree with you. People should be clear. No, I don't support totally open borders. Then you literally don't have a country.
Right.
So you can't be in favor of that. But should we have a process to get in here? Should the process make sense and be humane? Should we... I do think that the thing about kids in cages, they were in cages under the previous administration, and they're in cages under this administration.
Yes.
I do think it's a genuine humanitarian concern when people see that and they're like, oh man, I don't think that looks good.
No, that's a horrible thing that shouldn't ever happen.
And I should say real clearly, when I say Trump's been established as being racist, I mean by them.
Right.
He did launch his campaign by saying the thing. What did he say
about Mexicans?
About the Mexicans. They're criminals. They're rapists. I assume some are good people.
No, he was saying the ones that sneak over here illegally. There's a lot of gang members that sneak over here illegally.
But that's not even backed up by the evidence. That's demagoguery. That's not even true.
Okay. When you're talking about sheer numbers, or that there are some that come over here that are criminals?
There are some, but his argument was not that there are some. He said they're criminals, they're rapists, and I quote, I assume some are good people. So in other words, he flipped it. You're saying, they come in here. Yeah, right. You're saying some of them are criminals and rapists. He's saying the default is they're criminals and rapists, and I assume some are good people.
Let's be real clear why they're criminals. They're criminals because they don't have anything going on in their country. They come over here because we have crazy drug laws.
And the drug war. That's right. That's the whole thing.
If you legalize drugs, and it sounds crazy to people that don't want their kids to be hooked on drugs, and I have kids, and I don't want my kids to be hooked on drugs, but if you legalize drugs, you would essentially take the legs off of organized crime.
100%.
That's literally what funded Al Capone. That's literally what funded all the moonshine runners. It was the fact that it was illegal, and it propped up organized crime in this country.
Isn't so much of the police state that we have kind of, I guess, dependent on these silly laws being enforced, and a lot of people are drawing a salary enforcing those laws?
100%. A big part of what keeps marijuana illegal is the prison guards unions.
Right.
They try to keep, they want jobs.
Right.
They want jobs. They want people in jail. Yeah. Which is crazy if you really think about it.
We just get to a problem where it's like there's not enough jobs right now, and that's a real problem. And if you unwind, which you should, all these unfair systems, you're going to have a hell of a lot of people with nothing to do.
And that's not true. You're going to have a hell of a lot of people who can sell weed. Like, look what's going on in Colorado. There's a lot of people legally that are selling weed. Yeah, prisoners,
OnlyFans.
Sell weed and
we're former prisoners, guards, and now we got a podcast. And now we sell pot.
Now we do it.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of things that people could do. The idea that the thing they're doing now is the only thing they can do is ridiculous. We're treating them like they're children.
Right.
But we're treating human beings in prison. When you're talking about private prisons, and you're talking about people generating money by people in jail, you're treating human beings like organic batteries that generate coins for you. I mean, it's literally what it's like. It's the most disgusting thing that we've ever done as a culture, is make it so there's more laws that keep people in jail because you can make money off those people in jail. It's one of the darkest things we do.
By the way, I think it would have been great if, Trump, if he might win a second term, but I'm saying if he decided, we spoke about this, just legalize marijuana, take it off the schedule, take it off as a Schedule 1 substance, or at least decriminalize it. That would have been awesome.
Is there's so many people on the right that don't want that.
Only evangelical Christians, and he's already got them locked up.
No, it's a lot of fucking hard-working, right-wing.
Really?
Ted Nugent, man. Me and Ted Nugent got into it over pot. Because he's like one of those guys that thinks like, hard-working, hard-playing Americans, you don't want pot, you don't want dope to be out there killing your motivation. I'm like, Ted, I smoke a lot of weed. I have 3 jobs. I work out all day. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? This is nonsense.
Yeah.
Like, you've got these stereotypes in your head.
The polls are clear, though. It's over 60% want that. So if Trump did that, it'd be popular.
The tide has turned.
Right.
If you went back 10 years ago, it'd be 60% the other way.
Yes, that's true.
Because it's information. People are getting information. They realize. But by the way, I don't think it's safe for everybody. And I've said this as a person who smokes a lot of pot.
I get paranoid. I was telling you. That's what happens to me when I smoke.
Paranoia is okay. I think it's good for you. I think paranoia.
I don't know about that, Joe.
I think it's good for you. I think it makes you, when the paranoia wears off, you have a greater appreciation of life. I look at paranoia like little baby near-death experiences. You have an opportunity to be a good person when you survive.
I think marijuana can be a gateway drug. It led me through the gateway to InfoWars, and that was a big part of my life.
The thing about it that I'm concerned with is schizophrenia. I'm legitimately concerned with it from personal experiences, not myself, but friends. I know people that have had, particularly people that didn't smoke pot and were given edibles and had these schizophrenic breaks. Not just one either. Multiple people that have had like really good people, good solid people with like real ambitious, had their shit together. Someone gives them an edible. This will help you sleep, and someone fucks up and gives them like 100 milligrams or something like that.
Joey Diaz numbers.
Joey Diaz has ruined a bunch of people. That's what he does. He thinks it's funny when he's like ha 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 ha. He thinks
when you take the edible, what happens? It just unwinds.
It's not
you
me,
start hallucinating.
Not me, not you, but
maybe
people,
me.
Listen, some people have Alex Berenson wrote a book about it, and he debated Dr. Mike Hart from the UK, from Canada rather, who is a cannabis doctor, and he had some good points, but Alex Berenson wrote a book about it, and he came on the podcast to talk about it, and I agreed with him. For some people, and it's not a small number. I mean, it might be 1%. I don't know what it is.
There's actually a study on this that I spoke about. There is a small percentage that, it leads to schizophrenia.
It leads to schizophrenia. Or people that have a tendency to schizophrenia exacerbates it.
And that's why when I used to smoke every now and then.
Uh-oh. Jamie's got something. He raised his finger.
I'm looking at something that this is not the best thing to be judging the election off of. But I'm looking
Is
at
it
a couple.
Snopes?
It's definitely not Snopes. I'm looking at a couple different betting websites, live betting that's going
swung
on
to Trump
for sports.
Swung to Trump.
He's now on one side as high as -800.
What does that mean?
8-1
They
favorite.
pay $800 to win $100 on that bet.
So Trump's losing.
No,
Trump's
that's
winning.
a huge favorite.
Oh, he's winning.
And it was Biden before
Wow.
started. So it's been back and forth.
Let's take a look at that.
Swung heavy to Trump.
Oh shit!
It could be Trump.
Look how bummed out he is. Kyle's bummed out.
Hey
He's
man,
very sad.
listen, he absolutely can win. He has
Kyle's
a path.
very sad. Would you be sad if you won?
This site shows
I'm gonna be
almost the same
miserable no
thing.
matter what the fuck happens. We got a guy who's a zombie and a guy who's a fucking bloated demagogue.
I just want Candace Owens to be happy.
Oh, she'll be
Candace
happy.
is gonna be very happy.
She's gonna be very happy.
So
I'm trying to
Ben Shapiro.
FaceTime her. I'm trying to get her number.
Right now, you were?
I wanted to FaceTime her at the end of it to just,
You don't have her number?
I have her manager's number. Her manager's sent her my number.
Oh, okay. So
I thought it'd be funny to just FaceTime her, get an update from Candace Owens and the Daily Wire.
The only thing that makes me happy is the people that are going to be upset.
Well, that's the whole thing. And some of the Trump people I hate too, but I hate both sides, so I can get happy no matter what. Like, no matter who wins, I can lay in bed tonight and go, you know what? Good.
Yeah. I was going to vote for Kanye.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make stick to my tradition.
If Trump wins again, because you articulate this stuff better than anybody, what is the lesson Democrats should learn, if any?
The one they should learn versus what they'll actually learn are totally different. What they'll do is they'll say, we fucked up. We should have got somebody who was more pro-establishment. We should have got somebody who was further right-wing. We should have got somebody who's more like Trump and like the Republicans. That's what they'll do, and that's what they'll think. What they actually should have done is realize that, hey, you guys jacked it from Bernie Sanders in 2016. This time around, Bernie Sanders won the first 3 primaries, and then what happened? Mayor Pete and Amy Klobuchar dropped out and endorsed Biden at the very last minute because Obama gave him a phone call and told him to do it.
Yes.
So they threw all the votes behind Biden like that, and then Elizabeth Warren stayed in and siphoned votes from Bernie, and then it ended up that Biden,
Bernie
just
could've
crushed
won.
from there on out. He
could have won the election.
He could have won the election in 2016. He could have won, and also obviously this time. So now, listen, the real lesson should have been, oh my God, you should have went with Bernie, but they're not going to learn that lesson. They're going to go with fucking Amy Klobuchar. They're going to go with Kamala Harris again, something along those lines.
What if they could pump Bernie up with steroids and growth hormone and NAD and just back his aging up, lengthen his telomeres, keep him alive a little? Is it possible?
Give him some of the Trump stuff. Give him some Adderall. Get him on some Adderall, some steroids.
Right. Give him those dance moves.
I love all these
Give
people
him those dance moves in the YMCA.
Twitter.
It's fun to stay adult.
They're like, I'm crying. They're like, I'm crying. I'm just sitting here. I'm so proud of whatever state Trump lost. They're like, I'm crying.
Who's crying?
Who knows? Everybody that we know. They're all crying. They all did nice things. They all led a person to, I found an old woman who was blind and I led her to the polls. I tweeted earlier today. I said I helped the blind Nazi vote.
Okay, I got something for you guys. There are 274,000 mail ballots in Philadelphia County that won't be counted until tomorrow at the earliest, and those are very likely overwhelmingly pro-Biden.
Whoa.
Yeah. Because they have a law you couldn't start counting until very late.
So Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over.
That's right. Yeah.
And it looks like he's winning. What's he at now?
Let's see what Pennsylvania's at now. Yeah, let's take a look.
So we were at 17% about 45 minutes ago. Was that how long ago? How long did we look at it? Not that long ago. 20? 20, half hour? Whatever.
27%.
Okay, let's look at it now. 27% in, and it's red. Oh shit. Pennsylvania's red, bitch.
That's it.
No, but here's
It's
the
over!
thing.
That's it!
It's over, Kyle!
Get
That's
Candace!
the one.
Look at him, he's angry. Look at his face.
Don't commit acts of violence. I'm flying the fuck out of the state real soon.
Get me the Antifa face mask.
Okay, if he gets it though.
If he gets Pennsylvania,
It's
he
over.
Absolutely
He's won. He's won real
He
action.
could win if he does that for sure.
It looks like he's won to me.
You got to count all the mail-ins, man.
Yeah, but wait a minute, hold on.
Jamie.
It's only 27% reporting.
And you got to count all the
First of
mail-ins,
all,
which
is
they're
this
just telling you they didn't do
the
that.
most irresponsible election show of all time?
No, bro, come on.
This is actually
Don't
probably
disrespect my expertise.
Because you're here, you
Because
balance.
he's here.
He and the fact that Alex had things to do. It's balanced out.
Is Alex voting somewhere? He's definitely voting.
I heard he's a big
somehow or
Biden
other.
guy. Heard he loves Biden.
Yeah. Yeah. Trump's trying to stop baby eaters. Look at that. Maine. Maine goes red, huh? Always, right? Real rural. Wisconsin. Wisconsin is kind of liberal, no?
Yeah, but again, those are all the on-the-day votes without counting the mail-ins yet. So when they count the mail-ins, Wisconsin and Michigan are going to go to Biden.
What is Wyoming? 100% go to Trump? 75%?
They've already called it, and there's 4,000
Look at the vote!
counted.
Look at the vote! There's 4,000 votes!
It's like New York or California. It's just guaranteed to be Republican.
But look at the numbers. There's 4,000 votes.
That's everybody there, though.
Yeah, that's a show.
That's the whole
Tim
thing.
and I would do there.
Yes.
If Tim and I did a show there, we would do a show for everyone there.
Yeah.
If we do a show in Wyoming, Tim, it would literally be for all the voters.
It'd be for the 3 electoral votes.
Yeah, we'd probably get more people than voted. I bet we could get more people. What is the
I'm telling you right
population?
now, I'm going to come out with a prediction right now early and say I think it's going to be Trump.
I think it's going to be Trump.
I think it's going to be Trump.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he's going to win too.
I think he's going to win too.
578,000 in the whole state, and there's only 4,000 people have voted. The governor's Mark Gordon. My friend, the doctor. He's the governor. I didn't know. I got to call him.
Dude, the Supreme Court's going to be all conservatives.
It already is. It's 6-3.
I know, but it's going to be
you're
9.
saying-
It's going to be 9-9 at the end.
No,
I mean,
what?
it's going to be.
They're going to kill off the liberals? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. Well, I don't know what's going to happen.
Was it
I don't
Kanye
know what
West?
that means.
Hold on. Kanye West voted for himself, but I won't vote as a Kanye West unless he puts in more work. What? But it won't count as a vote for Kanye West unless he puts in more work. What does that mean? Oh. Yeah. That's just Wyoming. He's got a spot in Wyoming.
That's where he lives. That's why.
Well, he doesn't live there permanently, like all the time. He lives in California as well. I mean, he does have a ranch there. He's got a gigantic, like 4,000-acre ranch there. Ball in. I had a dream that I moved to Wyoming.
There was a rumor you did move to Wyoming. People were like, Joe bought a ranch in Wyoming.
Really?
People
There's a
just
lot of
say
rumors
things that
about
you've
me.
done that aren't true.
Is that weird being my friend and you hear these rumors?
No, I just go, oh, okay, good for him. Like, they're like, Joe bought this club. He lives in Wyoming now. Oh, sorry. He's moderating a presidential debate. I'm like, good.
What do you do? Do you diffuse it?
No, I just go like this. Go, oh. That's what I do. Because the people that are saying it, I don't take seriously anyway.
By the way, Lindsey Graham has officially won re-election.
Oh.
Lindsey Graham was up against...
How? And Mitch McConnell.
That was a given. There was no...
I mean...
This race was actually... There was a chance for the other guy.
Who runs against these guys? I mean, they're so pathetic.
Amy McGrath, Amy McGrath should have been defeated by a guy named, I think it's Charles Booker, who was a much better candidate. But she edged him out in the primary, and then she guaranteed lost to McConnell in 2 seconds.
When is Pelosi up?
Pelosi, she's being primaried right now by a guy by the name of Shahid Buttar.
Right now?
Yes, I believe right now. I mean, she's going to win. She's going to win.
In this election,
I believe so. I believe Shahid Buttar is up this election. I should look that up. Let me take a look.
Trump, baby, he could do it. And this is a real interesting moment in American history.
How many guns are you going to get? If he
I'll get 1 or 2.
Do you have one now?
I don't have one now, but I should get one
when
now.
You move here, you got to get a gun. If he wins, you have to move here, right?
No, I'll wait a little. I'm gonna wait a little. I'm not saying no. I'm saying I gotta wait a little bit.
Pelosi's up now.
I gotta, you know.
She's up.
No, she's up as in she's up for re-election.
She's up meaning she's awake.
No,
she's in San Francisco.
She's up like this. Yeah, in the coffin.
Yeah. She just got up
like a vampire.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, this is gonna be the moment in the night we're all gonna say it when it turns to Trump.
First results in 45 minutes for that.
Oh, okay. First results. How could she possibly lose? Right?
This is going to be a really interesting next couple of days.
I'm
kind of glad I'm flying out early in the morning because I think some of the people in Austin are going to get fun.
Nah, this place doesn't get that fun.
During downtown, you don't think they're going to get a little wacky?
No, listen, the governor here doesn't fuck around, man. He takes care of shit. If they think that something's going to happen, they'll do something about it. What I'm amazed is that there's not a revolution in San Francisco. I have some friends who just got back from San Francisco, and they used to live there, and they hadn't been in a while, and they just went back, and the fucking horror stories. By the way, very lefty, left-leaning people, and they were furious. And
what's going on?
Gassed, and they were like, "I can't believe it. There's literally shit and needles everywhere.
It's very bad.
Tents everywhere." They were like, whatever it was. Like the last time they were there, they were there about 2 years ago, I think they said, and it was getting bad.
Right.
But they said it's unrecognizable.
So I have another update here for you. There's a Democratic senator by the name of Doug Jones in Alabama, and he was just unseated by Republican Tommy Tuberville. So a
I
Democrat.
don't like that guy's name at all.
Football coach.
Tuberville.
What's that?
He's a
Tuberville's a football
What is
coach?
Ohio doing right now?
The
Because
real
Ohio
Tuberville or
is a
another
big-
Tuberville?
Republican
sure
Tommy
it's the
Tuberville has
Oh.
defeated Democratic Senator Doug Jones.
He
That's
sounds
about
like
it.
a Adam Sandler character.
Yes, he does.
Like in a movie?
Seems like a fake name.
Head
I
football
don't.
coach.
Very fake.
So the head football coach?
Yes.
Not for,
Doug
not
Jones.
For them, but
Doug Jones won a special election, and so he barely made it. And it's Alabama. It's a miracle that a Democrat won in Alabama anyway. And so now the Republican took the seat back. Tommy Tuberville.
Dun, dun, dun.
Now, what about Ohio? Because Ohio is a pivotal state.
Well, there was a projection, right, that a lot of things were going to go Democratic this term.
Yes.
This,
I
this
could tell
election.
you which states were predicted to go which way. Which one do you want to know? Ohio was predicted to go to Trump.
Really?
Yes, he was up in the average of polls there.
Mm.
And Iowa as well was predicted to go Trump.
What's this?
Ohio.
He pulled up Ohio for you.
80% reported Trump up.
Ohio, Trump's got
50,000 votes.
See, that's Trump. So far, Trump is outperforming the polls by 2%, which is
Okay.
pretty solid.
Go over Pennsylvania real quick. Because that's big, right? Pennsylvania's a big one. Look at that. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, all the places that you'd expect blue. Allentown, that's interesting.
I think the mail ballots, Kyle, saying are 200-something thousand that are heavily Biden. That could definitely.
Yeah. So again, what they're doing in Pennsylvania,
That
Michigan,
shifted big.
and Wisconsin, like all those states, Joe, they're counting the votes on the day first, and then the mail-ins come later. So it's going to look like Trump is up at first, but especially when it comes to Wisconsin and Michigan, Trump's going to lose because Biden's up big in those states. They're almost safe blue states.
Interesting, because it's red now, so it'll be...
Because that's all the votes from today.
Right.
And those always skew more Republican.
Interesting.
But again, there's places where it's the opposite. Like in the Sun Belt, for example, they count them the other way.
How did you learn all about this stuff? Did you go to school for
Well,
it?
No,
Joe, No, I'm kidding. Oh, you.
Researching, reading about all this stuff. But
how did you get into it?
I mean, I did go to school for political science, and you know, like I said, I kind of had my political awakening with the Iraq War, and ever since then, I've just cared a lot about what's going on because I thought it was crazy. I thought it was crazy. We're gonna go to war with a country that didn't attack us, and we're gonna be there. You know, we've been there 2 decades now.
I was coked.
Like,
I was
what are we
coked
doing
up on Long Island and really drunk, and I thought the Iraq War was a great idea because I would argue with people in the bars in Long Island. I would say we have to honor our commitment to the people of Iraq. So do you not understand a little bit why it was not such a horrible idea?
There's a lot of people...
Coke is supposed to make you anti-war, not pro-war.
No, not if you're in
Cocaine.
Long Island.
No, in
What
Long
are you
Island.
talking about?
I thought we were doing the right thing.
Why would you think Coke would make you anti-war?
Oh, because you're just happy.
No, you're angry.
No, you're angry.
Coke people
Well,
are
listen,
angry.
when
You're
I-
happy angry,
when
which
I-
is the best kind of happy.
They want to start
When I
fights
did
and
Adderall-
businesses at the same time.
When I
Yes.
did Adderall, it was just the
we need that.
businesses. It wasn't the fights.
Yeah.
It was business.
How long did you do Adderall for?
Oh, I never did it regularly, but I would
That's
do it in
what they always
college.
say when they're
Yeah,
doing it
right.
now.
I dabbled. I tasted it. I dabbled.
So, Tim, do you have any pills you maybe could hook me up?
No, I wish I don't have. I'm sober now. I have nothing.
That's a shame.
I have nothing.
You've been sober for quite a while.
10 years.
That's amazing.
Over 10 years.
No
Nothing.
lapses at all?
No lapses at all.
What was like the come to Jesus moment?
I bought a house when I was 22 years old for $700,000, and I didn't have any money. And I woke up the next day and I said, "This is a real problem." Most people wake up to they wake up next
A
to
dead
someone.
body.
They wake up next to a woman that they're like, "What happened here?" I woke up in a $600,000 house that I had no idea how to really pay for. But I was investing in myself. And I think anyone that didn't take out a big mortgage in 2007 was a pussy. And I still think that. And fuck you, you should learn how to live. Learn how to live. Yes,
wait.
yeah.
When the crash came, what were your thoughts? Were you like, "Oh, this was gonna happen"?
Well, my thoughts were I'm in a little bit of trouble, and but I was like, I'm just gonna ride it out and just keep on keeping on, and because I was working for a guy that said just don't read the news and keep on trucking.
What did you think when Nancy Pelosi said that regardless of what the numbers are, we're going to elect Joe Biden as president? Did you see her say
I
that?
did not see that. I saw Hillary say something along the lines of "Don't
Contest
concede
either
under
way."
any circumstance,"
Yeah, but-
something like that.
Pelosi took it another level. She said,
Well, she's a little bit
regardless
like
of what
Biden.
the results.
Where she's a zombie, like her brain's not firing on all cylinders.
Well, she's a little bit more lucid than he is. Don't you think so?
No, I've seen videos that are just as bad as the Biden videos, where she's
Really?
really having trouble. Yes.
Did you see her bark at Wolf Blitzer?
I did see that. In fact, I covered that. Was the first time Wolf Blitzer's ever done a good job, basically. Was that video?
Yeah, he basically.
Yeah, he was basically saying like, okay, people need money.
Yeah.
We don't have the ability to fuck around here, and she basically couldn't. She didn't have an answer. She didn't have a straight answer.
But she also was chastising him and being really shitty to him.
Yeah, that's right.
It was really weird, like expressing like almost royalty.
Yeah,
like
I'm sorry. Wolf, I'm so sorry. You're wrong about this. Yeah, that's what she said.
Remember that journalist Laura Loomer who used to like climb in Nancy Pelosi's window and stuff, like that lunatic? She was fun though. I liked her. But Nancy Pelosi never Nancy's like she doesn't have any human. She's just 1,000,000 years old. She looks like this porcelain, weird grandma.
She's got great eyebrows.
She's got good eyebrows, but nobody knows what her day. She's worth like hundreds of millions of dollars. Her husband's like a tech CEO or something.
Yeah, see that's kind of crazy. When you see how
she's running for something.
Florida.
Damn it, she lost.
She just got draxed.
Yo, Lois Frankel just beat Laura Loomer. That's the big race of the night.
Oh, Lois.
Damn it. Laura Loomer's just going to have to go back to climbing in Nancy Pelosi's window.
She can't win in Florida. God.
Yeah, that's Loomer country. If you can't do it there.
Isn't that amazing, though, that she won the primary?
Yeah, why not? There's a lot of QAnon people that are now winning, primaries. No, they're true.
No,
absolutely.
Yeah. Listen, it's the Trumpification of politics, and that you can kind of wing it, but if you have a better presentation than the other people, you can win. All these old politicians, you know this, they're so stodgy and stuck up, and they're too scripted, and then you got these
what is this? QAnon supporting? Oh, the fucking Papa. QAnon supporting candidate Marjorie. How do you say her name? Marjorie Taylor Greene guaranteed a congressional win. Whoa. She didn't win?
She did win.
She did win. QAnon candidate.
Oh, well, her opponent dropped out.
Oh, that's probably what. They probably threatened his life. They probably threatened him.
So everybody on Twitter is convinced now that Trump's going to get it. Wow. So now that's what I see on Twitter.
What are people saying?
Is the sock lady
people
still
are
alive?
Saying 2016 all over again is what people are saying.
The lady with the glasses and the sock hat in the street?
No, I know who you're talking about.
Kind of
2016, it was the polls went one way, and then the crowds.
What did I say at the beginning of this fucking podcast when we were outside?
You walked in, you said Trump's going to win.
I said he's going to win.
Yes.
He's going to win. I don't believe the polls. Only morons answer polls.
Right.
And the media is insanely biased against him, and they think that by saying that he can't win and he's not going to win, that somehow or another they can hypnotize people into voting.
We just went through this period of time where the media, we watched things burn down and people's property get destroyed, and the media said it wasn't happening. It's not happening, and if you bring it up, you're nuts.
Also, there's the psychology of fence sitters. Psychology of fence sitters that don't want to vote on losers, and then they want to be like, I went Trump. I was thinking.
Bandwagon effect is real.
Yes,
it's super real.
So when the media is gaslighting you and saying it looks like 99% that Joe Biden is going to win, Joe Biden is a stronger candidate, he's going to win all these things, and then people hear that, they go, well, I might as well vote for the winner, and they'll vote for him. It does happen with people.
I mean, this is interesting because this has made a significant turn now to where it feels like there's an inevitability a little bit about Trump's second term.
This is the opposite of the Young Turks candidate, Young Turks coverage of 2016.
Dude, I'm just waiting for Alex Jones to bust in here with cigars and singing.
Jesus Christ.
He's doing his own live show right now.
Listen, I do think that people are kind of getting ahead of themselves because we are seeing the mail-in votes versus the votes on the day.
Oh, listen to the communist.
Okay.
This fucking guy.
There be...
Quick question.
Yeah.
So marijuana seems like it's passed in New Jersey officially for those over 21.
Woo!
I've only been to New York a couple times. Being so close to New York City, isn't it almost by default not going to be legal there because of how close it is and people just travel?
In terms of purchasing it, no, not necessarily, but bringing it in and smoking it, I could see that for sure. But there's an issue with the alcohol lobby in New York where they actually paid the politicians quite a bit of money, and that's one of the reasons why you haven't seen much chatter about it in New York versus other states.
Dude, New York is dirty. They have so much corruption. They kept the UFC out for decades. We were stuck because of unions. They kept us out because it was there was all sorts of disputes, and people went to jail because of it for corruption. There's so much dirtiness with some of the unions, but not that unions are bad.
Right.
I support a lot of unions. But a lot of people are that are in these positions that they're not doing what's best for people. They're doing whatever the fuck this person paid them to pass or not pass, or not let pass. I mean, MMA was legal in every other state for a long fucking time.
Right.
And New York was one of the last ones.
Well, New York has always just been that, kind of institutionally corrupt place.
Always.
Chicago,
I'm getting triggered because you're bashing my home.
New York? Hey, I live
it's
there.
my New York too. I
know you.
I
You
love
actually, where I grew up is where you were.
I used to live in New Rochelle.
That's right. That's where I grew up.
I was born in New Jersey. I mean, I'm East Coast.
Yeah.
I spent most of my young years in Boston. Well, from 13 to 24 at least. My high school years, all through Boston.
And you kicked the Boston accent.
Yeah. Well, I kicked it because I saw myself on TV when I was 19. When I was 19, I won the Bay State Games in Taekwondo, and then I heard myself on TV, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
So I went to the CAC.
Fuck is that? I was like, we were working really hard. I was like, "Oh my god!" I did, but look, I was trying to fit in. But when I was 13, when I moved there from Florida, and I wanted to fit in. And then when I went to high school, I was going to high school in Boston, or in Newton rather, and all those kids had that accent.
So listen, I've been having this conversation a lot recently. Do you think him and I definitely have? He has probably a little bit more of a New York accent than me.
Yeah, I have a really New York accent.
Your accent is barely New York. I would say educated East Coast, but not. You don't have like the accents are always
my
like
accent sounds East Coast uneducated, not educated on the East Coast.
Well, I wouldn't.
No, we actually do share some words in common. Like when I say the word all, I struggle with. It sounds like I'm saying AULL.
I sound like Colin a little bit.
Colin Quinn?
Yeah, Colin Quinn? Yeah, I can see that a little bit.
You?
I think so.
I can see it a little bit.
We have a similar kind
It's a rasp. A little bit of a rasp. But Colin's much more East Coast with the accent.
Right. Yeah, probably.
The other word I'm told is very New Yorkish, and how I say it is Florida.
Florida.
Yeah, me too.
How are you supposed to say it? Florida.
Like
speaking of Florida,
tightened up a little bit on the live betting. Just
so wait a minute, what does this mean?
I like how that's our go-to.
It's just moving. It's
what do a bunch of assholes in Vegas think?
It's not Vegas. It's live.
I'm joking around.
2.5 to 1. That's a fucking big bet.
I think it's all coming down to PA.
Yeah, it is coming down to PA. Let's see where PA's at now.
Again, it's gonna lean Republican.
Listen to the communists
at the moment.
We're having a good time over here.
It's good.
I think it's still at 33%.
What is the best for avoiding violence in this country?
I mean, leaving.
Right. But
honestly,
in terms of like who wins,
the best case scenario to avoid violence,
would
I
be
think
Biden.
Well, it would have been a landslide either way.
He's up by 170,000.
Nobody's fearing right-wing violence. I think.
I think
people
are. Yeah.
But the majority is. I think people are fearing if Trump wins again, there's violence.
Wow, that's a.
I don't know, man. There was a Trump car parade by my place the other day. These motherfuckers were honking for 2.5 hours straight and blocking the entire Tappan Zee Bridge / Cuomo Bridge.
I just think we're always worried about like the Nazis and the right-wing supremacist militias. I don't know that ever comes true in this country.
That's just the
the
media.
Does that happen? Because
there are deaths from right wing.
But look
right terrorists.
Look at the damage done over the last 6 months with political protests or political riots. I think 90% of it is left wing.
Yeah, but maybe. But hold on a second. They tried to kill the fucking governor of Michigan. Joe, they tried to kidnap her.
We forgot about that little one.
Joe, first of all, nobody even tried. They got exposed. The FBI probably put them up to it. I have said many times
it seems like they did. Two of the guys were FBI informants.
Well, maybe that's what the people of Michigan wanted. The point is this. I don't know. I'm asking you if that was a popular position. What's the initiative on it? But let's be honest. There's this fantasy of that we're on the edge of, all these right-wing militias coming around. It's never borne out by the facts.
Well, it's a thing that they like to repeat in the news. Like, here's one of them. When Chris Wallace said to Trump, "Do you denounce white supremacists?" Do you know this is like a fucking video compilation of Trump denouncing white supremacists?
Yes.
Over and over and over and over and over and over again.
And a by the way. It's always like, yeah, I'll say the thing you want me to say, but I mean, come on, the real problem is Antifa, and let's only talk about Antifa.
That's not true. No. In the video compilation, there's multiple occasions where they asked him to do that. He goes, absolutely. He goes, I denounce all hate. I denounce the KKK. I denounce. He says it over and over again.
Right, but what does he say right after?
No, listen, that Chris Wallace doesn't know that he's already said that he's pretending that he hasn't done it. is kind of shameful for a guy who's doing a debate.
I know that the media is dishonest, and I know that they do exactly the thing that you're accusing them of doing. But my point is, he leads with that, and then it's always like, oh yeah, and by the way, the left wingers are the real problem. Let's focus on the left wingers.
Not always, but he has said
That's
that
all
in the
I've
past.
seen him do.
But the left wingers, when it comes to these attacks, like in Portland and in Seattle, and a lot of that is a lot of Antifa.
It's a lot of.
But the weird thing about that is, and I was talking to someone who actually understands this stuff, and he was telling me, listen, make no mistake about it, that shit's funded. He goes, it's funded and organized. He goes, it's funded and organized.
They're a bunch of idiots. They're not.
How do you know?
Because there's like the Soros conspiracy, like, oh, there's big money. There's big money funding some pink-haired and purple-haired college kids who don't even know what the fuck they're doing, and they're out there. They can't even give you a real political cause. They're just burning shit down.
But that creates all sorts of turmoil. That creates turmoil, and that creates an erosion of our belief in our democracy.
Right,
that's
but
what
I don't think there's an ideological long game being played by a purple-haired college kid. I think they're a fucking idiot.
I don't think they're a part of the ideological long game. I think they're
you said
pawns.
They were funded.
No, I said they're pawns.
Right, but you were saying they were funded.
Someone wants this to happen. Someone wants this deterioration of our democracy. That's a good question.
They say George Soros. They say fucking George Soros because he's the fucking boogeyman that they always go to.
Why do they always say that?
Because they're half right. Because yes, he is somebody who funds politicians and is corrupt. But it's the same thing with the Koch brothers. It's the same thing with fucking Sheldon Adelson, who just gave Trump $75 million the other day. Like, yeah, this is what they do. But it's weird. And it's weird on the right and the left when they single out, like, one evil billionaire and make it act like, they act like, oh, that's the real problem. No, the problem is that all of them are funding our politicians.
Do you know when Glenn Beck was at Fox, they told him there's two things they wanted to stop talking about. They wanted him to stop talking about God, and they wanted him to stop talking about George Soros. They said, don't bring up George Soros.
Interesting. Glenn Beck, towards the end of his thing at Fox, kind of went insane and started talking about the Masons and symbology, and it was some of the best television I'd ever watched.
With the chalkboard.
Remember when he had that room
that was great.
That seemed like a really rich guy's den?
Yes.
Who maybe had a nuclear reactor in his basement?
And then he would just be like, why is this symbol on the money? It's like, oh, this is good. We're really getting to it now. Now we're really getting to it.
Yeah.
And then they took him out in a box.
Well, he started doing his own thing online, and he was one of the first guys to be super successful online.
So successful.
Well, the Blaze.
There it is.
With the Blaze.
Tides. Oh, he said the Tides and Apollo, the moon landing.
Acorn, remember Acorn? It was like, this was the biggest scam ever. All the Republicans were like, people were giving cigarettes to vote for Obama. It was such a bullshit thing. Fox News did this for 2 months. They're like, people were giving Ripple and malt liquor and Newport so they could vote for Obama. It's like, okay, guys, wait a minute.
Can I get a glass of water?
Yeah. They were like, yeah, there he is.
There it is. Yeah, Glenn Beck really did kind of lose his marbles towards the end of
Fox. He did, but it was getting good.
It was
good. Anytime someone's drawing, that means they're in a good space mentally.
So when he left and went over to his own
he did the
organization.
Blaze. Yeah, the Blaze was his network. But I think it went belly up.
Something went belly up because the Blaze is still around. But
it was bought out by, I think, Ben Shapiro's people.
Is that what it was?
I think so.
Maybe. But it was very successful for a while. Like, I remember he was making like $10 million a month. I was like, what?
That guy's got issues. I don't think he handled the finances particularly well, which is why I think it kind of went down.
What are you saying? Coke? Drugs? Horse? Let's see. He is the CEO, founder, and owner of Mercury Radio Arts, the parent company of his television radio network, The Blaze.
Let me see the Blaze. I'm gonna type in the Blaze Ben Shapiro because I think that they might have been working on a deal. Let me see. Daily Wire turns 5 years now.
He's moving to Nashville. He's moving the organization in Nashville. He bailed out of California. See ya.
I don't know why was he ever there in the first place.
That's where he grew up.
Oh, he grew up in California.
Strong Jewish community.
He hates any sort of left-leaning anything.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say so.
A little bit. Have you ever met him?
I've never met him, no.
Very, very nice guy. I like him a lot.
Sure he loves me.
No, I don't know that.
Talk about Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro's nice. Ben Shapiro. I like him a lot. He's a very nice guy.
He's a sweet guy. I saw him at a farmer's market once. He's like a small man.
He's not that big.
Yeah, nice guy though.
He's a very nice guy. He really is. Like, we don't agree on everything, but
I never understand. It's amazing when somebody's like, a guy like that's dangerous. I'm gonna just talk to him.
Ben Shapiro's website is in talks to buy Glenn Beck's The Blaze, but I don't know if they actually did it.
So the Daily Wire was the Daily Wire.
You know what's interesting? Like, why would he want to buy something? You already got your own thing. Like,
right. Expand, consolidate.
Maybe I'm gonna buy Tim Dillon's Going to Hell and bring it back.
Please, you can do it.
Bring it back.
We want a boss. We're looking for a boss. I'm looking for sponsorship.
Listen,
you all want independence. I want sponsorship.
What kind of sponsorship are you looking for?
Anything. The Blaze, the Filet of Fish, Daily Wire, Daily Caller. Anything daily. The Daily Racist.
Let's see what the latest results are. Hit me with it. Something's changed.
Yeah.
Something's
and again,
changed.
we're not getting.
Oh, it's getting tight. 108, 131. Dun, 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 dun,
We're not getting a real accurate picture because of the mail-in situation.
Stop with the mail-in.
I gotta, because I see everybody flipping out, and I'm like, hey, idiots, they're counting all the mail-ins first in certain places, and they're counting all the regular votes first.
But let's look at the gap in PA, because this is important.
This is what I mean.
The gap in PA is very big.
It's 200 and...
No, but this is all the on-the-day votes.
Stop.
This is not the mail-ins where Biden's like 70%.
Stop with your communism.
That's a 6 point.
Yeah.
What percentage of the state's votes are mail-ins?
I don't know the percent that's mail-in, but I do know that the breakdown is going to be 60 to 70% Biden in the mail-ins.
Understand, but you got 6 points there. That's a big gap.
So you said it's 250,000 people, right? That mail-in vote?
No. I was talking about Philadelphia.
This is changing in real time.
220,000 in Pennsylvania.
Trump's going to declare victory in 5 minutes.
He's definitely going to do that.
He's coming out to declare victory in 5 minutes.
I wonder when he declares victory and whether or not it's
soon.
Because Joe, these are the states, these exact ones where Trump is up.
Yeah.
The ones in the upper Midwest, Pennsylvania. Those are the ones where we haven't counted the mail-ins. And if he comes out and says, "Hey, it looks like we're having a good night," what the hell's going to happen? Because he's going to try to stop the vote there.
Do you have a little bit of sadness that he's going to win again?
Sadness over Trump winning? I've been fucking dead inside for the longest time, okay?
Kyle, don't be dead inside.
I have feelings? My job, Joe Rogan, is to follow this stuff every single day. You can't be a sane person when you do this.
This is what I would hope. One of the things that Trump said is that the country was uniting. This is like his narrative. The country was uniting before COVID. We were starting to like him because the economy was doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but buy any of that?
No, of course not. I told you that even pre-COVID, we had 78% of the country was living paycheck to paycheck. Half of workers were making $30,000 a year or less.
When has there been a time? Has there been a time when that wasn't the case in our lifetime?
Our economy has always been bad, but if you're asking me for a model to point to that I respect, I would say FDR, the New Deal, the Social Democratic era.
We're talking a different world. During our lifetime, has there ever been a time where people were not living, 78% weren't living paycheck to paycheck like that?
I think the further back you go, it does get a little bit better because there were still the remnants of the New Deal era programs and unionization. Yes, exactly. That's exactly right.
Okay, exactly right. That's not our lifetime. During our lifetime, there's never been a time where people have been any better than they were than during Trump's administration.
I mean, maybe they were slightly better in the 90s. But I don't know. I've never seen data for back then. I can only tell you what I've seen recently.
What do you attribute, I know, and I'm not asking this because I'm trying to prove anything. I literally know nothing about economics. What do you think was the reason why the economy was doing so well, at least on paper, during the Trump administration before COVID?
Why? So you mean why is the unemployment rate low?
Why was the unemployment rate low? Why was the stock market high? Why were all these indicators that Trump was pointing to, this is the greatest economy the world has ever seen?
So a lot of it had to do with the 2017 Republican tax cut bill. A lot of it had to do with his deregulation. Because what happens when you deregulate and what happens when you cut taxes for the wealthy and corporations is you have this thing called a boom-bust cycle, where everything kind of takes off and it looks like everything's amazing and oh my god, look at these indicators, the unemployment rate is low, stocks are booming. But that's the problem, is that it's kind of fake, and this is exactly what happened in the lead up to the Great Depression. You had the Roaring 20s, as it was called, because everything was taking off. Oh my god, the stock market's amazing, everything's great, and then eventually you have your day of reckoning. It just so happened that in our case, it was COVID that kind of popped the bubble, right? COVID was the thing that really was like, doop, this thing is all fake anyway. But if it wasn't COVID, Joe, it would have been something else. Because just like in 2008...
Is it safe to say that it's COVID because it wasn't real anyway? Because COVID just stopped people working dead in their tracks.
That's right. No, that's right. That was a giant, issue that basically ground the economy to a halt, and there's no escaping that. You can't escape the economic reality of that, which is why what did they do in response? Like we said, they did the CARES Act. They took $5 trillion and they pumped it into the economy, they handed it over to the corporations, and then they sat back and watched them make these terrible decisions.
What could be done? Like, let's say Trump wins again. What could be done to bring the economy back?
Well, first things first, stimulus immediately. I would do a universal basic income check for the remainder of COVID. If you're going to do any sort of economic shutdowns, you have to pair that with relief for people.
We've discussed this already, but he obviously is not interested in doing that. He has.
But he is. He was going to do not UBI, but he did want to do another stimulus bill.
Do you think
it was Pelosi and McConnell who were blocking him?
Do you think he has more freedom to do anything if he wins again?
Does he have more freedom to do anything?
Like, is there any? I'm looking for a silver lining here.
I mean, listen, the best he could do, because you're going to have a Senate and a House that's not really in line with him. Okay, so the best he could do is go all out on the executive orders and do the best you could do through that path.
It'll be a 4-year kind of lame duck situation where the Congress and Senate don't let him do anything, right? It'll kind of be, he'll do some executive orders. They'll immediately be released, reversed when AOC wins and cuts everyone's dick off.
Is that what she's doing?
Well, I believe that she will be doing that because you know it's going to swing back.
Choice?
He's gonna win again, probably maybe not. But if he wins again, it's swinging hard. Like, it's going to be Ilhan Omar and AOC for the...
And he's saying that... see, the thing is, I actually think it's going to be the opposite. I think they're going to go further right-wing. I think they're going to go Amy Klobuchar. I think they're going to go Kamala Harris. I think the establishment will have a stranglehold even more on the Democratic Party.
2024, Don Jr. The empire continues.
Listen,
wow.
I don't know if I can take it. I don't know if I can take it.
What do you mean, what?
The daughter and the son together?
Ivanka is a killer.
Do you think they could do that?
It's over anyway. Let's let them try.
So, of the three, who's got the most ability? Of the three, who's got the most ability?
Ivanka.
I don't know.
I'm curious who you think.
Of the three, what?
Of the three
Jared
Trump
Kushner?
kids. No, he's the son-in-law. I'm talking about the Ivanka, Eric, and Don.
Don Jr., Eric, or Ivanka.
They don't let Eric talk. I think something's wrong.
That's not true. He's on Fox News from time to time.
No, Eric is tied with Barron, and then you would have Don Jr. and then Ivanka. I mean, let's be honest.
Don Jr. is the best talker.
Eric, they tried to get COVID.
I
they were
actually
like, give him COVID and get him out of here.
I actually
they
think
ventilated him months ago.
I actually think Eric has more promise than Don Jr., to tell you the truth.
Oh, we forgot about Tiffany.
Oh, I forgot about Tiffany. You're right. She's
God
the forgotten kid, and I literally forgot her.
I think we're alone now. Remember that song?
Where is Trump watching the results?
In a gold castle somewhere.
Right.
Underground.
No, he's at the White House.
Yeah. They were going to have a party at the
Has
White
he started jerking off yet?
I don't know, man. How many
people? How many
5?
people are saying what you were saying, which is like, let's wait for the mail-ins, or is it kind of?
It's fucking Twitter. They're all going nuts. Oh my God, Trump won. It's already over. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, hysteria.
And remember, this is mostly left-leaning Twitter too.
Is everyone racist now?
Now, here's what's the question. What is the percentage of Hispanic votes that he got and African-American votes? That's fascinating.
It is fascinating. And let me tell you something.
Pump?
What the numbers show already is that he's doing better than he did in 2016 with them.
I know!
He's gotten
we
more...
all thought this.
He's got more Latinos and more black people than he did last time.
The black conservative movement is not covered at all by the media, and you look on YouTube, it's got hundreds of thousands, millions of views. It's very interesting, and the media ignores it completely.
What do you think? What do you attribute that to?
I mean, he has done some token reaching out to them. I mean, he just was
prison reform, things like that.
He was doing a photo op with Lil Wayne the other day, and then before that, he was doing one with, who was the other one?
Little Pump, who he called Little Pimp.
There's another one.
You called him Little Pimp?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he brought him out. He goes, can you get that up, Jamie?
Yeah.
He brings it up. This is amazing. Have you seen this? You have to see this. You have to watch this.
Did he just not forget?
He has no idea what's going on. It's great.
No, but he does even better with Latinos than he does with black people.
Well, Jorge Masvidal was campaigning for him.
Better than that, yeah.
Trump, Little Pimp.
This is great.
Closing rally.
It's so funny.
Trump calls rapper.
Oh, you gotta watch this.
Sound, music, and other things. One of the big superstars of the world, Little Pimp.
That's the president.
It's not even little. It's Lil Pump.
He loves it.
He said Little Pimp.
Little Pimp. That is hilarious. Imagine if that was his name. You should come up with a character called Little Pimp.
I should. Little Pimp.
Listen,
it's a thought.
That's not a bad character.
It's not a bad idea.
That's a very good idea for you.
That's not a bad idea.
Get your hair braided.
Yeah. That's a lot of commitment.
Get some fake face tattoos.
That's a lot of commitment.
Cornrows, yeah. And you could be Little Pimp.
It's interesting to watch. He's going to come out tonight and definitely claim some type of...
I do think that, yes.
Yeah.
I do think he's going to come out and say, we're doing amazing.
What do you think now the odds are that he wins?
The odds are definitely a lot better than they were at the beginning of the night, for sure.
Give me a number.
I still think it's probably 65% chance Biden wins.
Really?
Yeah, I do. Because a lot of what you're seeing there is attributable to what I said from the very beginning, which is they're counting the votes that were in today first, and then the mail-ins come later.
How's he not tweeting right now? After all the days he tweets and all the times he tweets nonstop, this is the time he hasn't tweeted for
We are
4
looking
hours.
really good all over the country. Thank you.
Yeah,
He's ready.
4 hours ago, that was.
Yeah, but still, saying we're looking really good. He's got to be happy.
I just texted somebody with kind of a little inside information to see what's going on.
CIA?
No, not CIA. Somebody who knows a little bit of
Deep
what's
State.
going on.
Deep State. Alex Jones?
No, you know the kid from Parkland who wanted more guns?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, him.
He's my inside source.
Biden wins Illinois. Biden wins Illinois.
Well, that
Is
was
that big?
What's that?
Is that big?
No, it's not. It's blue state.
It's always a blue state. Is it always a blue state? I'm asking.
I think, yes, I do think so.
He won by... No, look at that. That's pretty good. 12%? So, what's it at now? What's the electoral vote at now? 131 to 108.
And how is he doing with Latinos?
They don't have it split up on here.
South Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. Is Florida still in play? What's the numbers in Florida now?
91. They haven't updated it.
Interesting.
No, he's got that.
Yeah, he's up by 400,000.
He's got that.
It depends.
Well,
I mean, I think it's very likely Trump
reported.
wins it.
Listen, you communists.
No, I think it's very likely he wins it, but...
It's interesting to see that he's made gains. Has he made gains with Latino voters, or we don't know that yet?
Yes, he's made gains from his 2016 numbers, yes.
Wow. Well, there you go. I mean, they've spent 4 years calling the guy racist every
Dude,
day.
it's actually really... It's actually,
and the only one who didn't listen was Luis J. Gomez. And that's... And now... and now...
It's actually really
Trump
interesting, because where Biden took from Trump was old suburban white people.
Okay, yeah, because they're
That's
afraid.
where
Yeah,
Biden
Afraid
got
of the bug.
his numbers from.
Arizona
Afraid of the
really
COVID.
is showing for Biden.
Interesting.
Sunbelt, yeah.
Not good for him.
But no, that's going to... No, wait a second. Arizona is going to swing the other way. It's going to swing pro-Trump as more votes come in.
But look at the numbers, though. 53.
73% already.
45.
Oh, it's 73 already. Okay. So, yeah, you're
That
getting
ain't
up there
good.
now.
Yeah, he's ahead by 280.
By the way, ABC News projects the Democrats are going to retain control of the House of Representatives. That's not a huge surprise. They were 97% favorites to do that anyway. But
Montana. Go back to that.
So what's going on?
Montana's for
Montana's
Trump.
going
That's
blue.
a bunch of Californians moved to fucking Montana.
That's what it is. They all wanted water aquifers and ranches.
They all wanted ranches. They wanted taxes better too. North Dakota. Interesting. Nothing in
So
California.
I'll tell you what. Here's the bad news. I don't think we're going to be getting an answer tonight, because if it wasn't Florida going to Biden and being called, then it's going to go on, because we're not going to know Pennsylvania for 3 or 4 days.
Oh my God! What chaos are we gonna have in the streets, Kyle?
Oh, forget it. Well, give Trump 8 minutes, he'll come out and say,
Right.
"We're doing really splendidly. It's really amazing. It's really incredible.
Yeah.
You need to see this. It's really something else.
you
You've
to
never
say
seen
the
anything
hands?
like this before.
The hands?
Listen, folks, we've never really seen anything like this.
So I think Trump will. He said he'll make some type of statement tonight. I don't know what time is it East Coast right now?
10:50.
Yeah.
I would imagine he's got to make a statement within the next hour, right? He's not going to speak after midnight.
When you're on that Addy, son, time doesn't matter.
Yeah, when you're zooming. That's a good point.
I know.
Fair point. I think he's gonna come out and declare victory within 15 minutes.
Yeah, I would imagine
He's
before he
gonna
goes
come
to bed.
Yeah, he's just gonna come out. I did this one tonight. We respect Joe.
They probably give him 2 extra shots of steroids tonight just so he could be.
And now, where is Kamala and
Kamala, you piece of
Kamala,
shit.
I'm so,
The fuck is wrong with you?
I apologize. Kamala. It's so an awkward.
Biden
Kamala.
is still in the basement. They haven't told him that the election started
Yeah,
yet.
man. But
They
Kamala,
got him. They got him in a hermetically
Kamala.
sealed chamber.
Where is he?
You know who's smiling
I don't
somewhere? Is Hillary Clinton. You know she is.
You think so? Why
Yeah.
didn't? Here's my question.
Why didn't they run
didn't
her
she
again?
run?
She should
Why
have ran.
didn't she run?
Yeah.
She's fucking incredibly disliked.
Right, but she won the popular vote last time.
Yeah, but
Dude, she could have came back with a Yas
lose,
Queen. Her and Ghislaine Maxwell just fucking
Yes.
going nuts.
Yes.
She might have won.
When you lose, there is a period of time where the country's like, fuck off. It's the opposite of the bandwagon effect, like we were talking about earlier. Because then you're just viewed as a loser. Like happened with Mitt Romney. When Mitt Romney lost for like a year and a half, everybody's like, fucking Mitt Romney, get the fuck out of here. Because he was expected to win actually versus Obama.
Yeah. I can't believe. I never knew the polling was that close with him.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yep. He was only up 0.3 or something like that.
That's crazy. I'm stunned by that.
Mm.
I just hope everyone's
How you feeling,
okay.
Tim? Are you good with this?
I'm good with it. I tend to survive. I think I'll be fine. A lot of people that I know and respect are going to be very upset, but they're generally very upset about everything.
Yeah.
So if you can't be happy, then I don't know. It's not my problem.
I voted Libertarian.
I mean, I didn't vote, but
I
good
voted
for you.
Jo Jorgensen.
I thought Jo had a shot, and I don't know who she is.
I knew she didn't have a shot.
I don't know who she is or what she stood for, but I was very excited about her candidacy.
Legalizing drugs.
Good for her.
Wait, did you actually vote for Jo Jorgensen?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yep.
I respect it. I've done third-party votes before.
Well, I knew California was going to Biden no matter what. And,
I did not have a voting plan.
I was looking at the whole thing. I was like, what is this? I felt...
I know.
The whole thing is just...
Cumia had a great line 4 years ago. Anthony Cumia, they said something, and then Anthony Cumia went, listen, Trump, the movie doesn't end with Trump losing. That was a great line that he had, and everybody was like, yeah, okay, and he was right. And I'm just wondering now, seeing it as a movie, a weird cinematic thing, what is this? Because I was sort of convinced that this was Biden's to lose walking in here, and now it's like,
it was definitely Biden's.
It was Biden's to lose.
Like
now
the onus was on Trump because he's the one with the narrow path.
We were fed a pile of shit.
Yeah, you were right. I think you might have been right about this, Joe.
No, I'm sorry, but the numbers were what they were. It's not like they were fishing for that result. If anything, if you want to help Biden, you say the opposite. Oh, okay.
But the polls are morons. It's morons answering the polls. I think I'm right.
They were dead right in 2018, though, in the midterms. They got it exactly right.
2018, bro. This is 2020, and this is for the president. But in the midterms, how many people vote? It's a small fraction.
It's obviously lower turnout. Yeah, it's lower turnout.
A gigantic difference, right?
But if you nail it with the data, you nail it with the data.
Right, but the ramping up of the Joe Biden shit has been, over the last few months, has been really ridiculous.
In the sense that the media is pushing it?
Yes, in the sense that the media is ignoring all of his gaps.
I just think that's different from the polls.
Ignoring all of the corruption, ignoring all the Hunter Biden emails.
All true.
All that shit with Twitter, where Twitter banned the New York Post, where Facebook was banned.
That's all true.
That stuff was bad. All that stuff is bad. No one thinks that's a good thing.
Yeah, but I feel like that. I get your point. I agree with you. I just think perhaps we're too online in our own world. A lot of people are just fucking working their jobs and making their decision when they see a speech or two on TV. You know what I mean? They're not following this shit in and out like you and me.
You're right, but they heard about that. I know people that work regular jobs that said, you hear about this Twitter shit? And they were really upset about it because they know that I've talked to Jack Dorsey and I've had him on before, and that this Twitter censorship thing always skews left. Like, they always skew towards the left.
Listen,
and censor.
I gotta push back on that because the Chapo Trap House Reddit was banned. I have a friend, Rania
but that's
Khalek.
not Twitter.
I'm saying social media. I'm saying...
Yeah, but we're talking about Twitter.
Okay, well, there's Reddit, there's Twitter, there's Facebook. I've seen censorship.
Twitter censors
a lot of places.
Twitter censors a lot of shit on the left as well. There's Unity 2020, which is sort of centrist. That's Brett Weinstein's organization, where he was trying to get people on both sides to come together, and Twitter banned their account, which is fucking preposterous. Facebook banned their account, but then due to a lot of pushback, Facebook reinstated it. But then Eric Weinstein said, why are you lying and saying this was an accident? Like, this is manually reviewed by someone.
Yeah, there's a left outlet named Jacobin, and they did reporting on the election in Bolivia, and that was pulled because in Bolivia, socialists won the election, and so their socialist outlet,
like even really smart people on the left, guys like Chris Hedges, people like your friend Abby Martin, they understand.
Yeah, she's been censored a million times. Abby Martin.
All the critics of the state eventually get censored.
Yes. So it's not left versus right; it's establishment versus anti-establishment, and there's different flavors and varieties of being anti-establishment. But if you're speaking up, yes, you're probably going to be in trouble.
Well, Abby's censorship, she gets a lot of pushback on her stance on Israel.
Right.
That's a big part of it.
Right.
Last time she did my podcast, there was a tremendous amount of it.
I'm sure of it. But this is something she's been dealing with for the longest time. And this is censorious trolls who want to shut her up because they don't agree with her.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. But the thing with Twitter and the New York Post was particularly egregious.
Oh, it was... How are you going to censor... They're not even making a claim of there's factual inaccuracies.
Right.
They're not even saying that. They're just saying, we think this might be election meddling or something, because maybe the information came from Russia.
Well, CNN, one of the reporters for CNN tweeted that it was Russian disinformation.
No evidence of that whatsoever.
Zero. So
and by the way, even if it was, let's say, because this is the point that Glenn Greenwald made, and he's 1,000,000% right. When you're a journalist, if you're given something newsworthy, you don't fucking question the source. You say, this is information that people should know. It's like with Chelsea Manning and Julian Assange, when we learned that the United States was drone striking innocent people, and then they released that video that showed us doing it, and then it became a big story. If somebody said, hey, where did you get that from? Did the Taliban give that to you, or did this person or that person give it to you? What the fuck does it matter? The information stands on its own 2 feet. Like, it's important in and of itself.
Can you imagine if Trump gets in for a second term, and then immediately pardons Snowden?
If Trump pardons Snowden and then pardons Assange and then legalizes drugs and then releases the greatest rap album of all time
with Lil Pimp.
With Lil Pimp. He'll be a phenomenal. I mean, he's made a lot of peace deals that nobody has talked about, right?
That's true.
Kushner's made a lot of
those
them.
are like the Sudan one. I found that hilarious because Israel and Sudan were not at war. So what are you making peace for? It's not like they were fighting.
Well,
they weren't fighting. This is all, it's a show to be like, oh yeah, vote for me, I'm the fucking
So
peace
there's
guy.
been no peace deals that were exceptional?
No,
Nothing?
the one thing I give him credit for on foreign policy, and I get a lot of shit for this, but I say it because I think it's true, is North Korea.
Yeah.
Because North Korea, it is true that this was a place where Obama was not able to get a deal, and Trump basically went in there and said, I don't care, I'll talk to him, and then he talked to him, and listen, we're not at war, we don't have an official deal, but I don't care, we're not at war, and that's all that matters to me. The thing that's really interesting, though, is, isn't it weird how Democrats and Republicans just casually flip their position on the same issue when it's different countries? So, like, what Obama did with Iran is what Trump did with North Korea. You know what I mean? Like, Obama wanted to make peace with Iran. They did the nuclear agreement, right? Mm-hmm. And Trump did the same thing with North Korea. And then they flipped their positions on the other countries.
Trump's kind of been masterful with North Korea. Whereas a lot of people, because you need a crazy guy, right?
Yeah.
Because Kim Jong-un's a crazy guy. You need an equally crazy psychopath, and they kind of have a similar look to them.
Yeah.
They make these bellicose threats, but then they don't really mean them. They're like a drunk uncle. They wake up the next day. They're smiling.
Remember the rumors that he was dead and his sister was running the show?
Great.
Yeah.
What happened with that?
Because fucking fake news is what happened with that.
But it's just
they ran with those articles and it was bullshit.
But was he putting that out there to find traitors?
I don't know.
Because people have done stuff like
I don't know the mechanics of it.
You know, Tyson Fury did that in his last training camp.
What?
He put out rumors that his ankle was broken.
Really?
Yeah, to find out if he's got some rats inside his camp.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he said he had an injury. Yeah.
That's so weird.
And then they started putting out pictures of the sister.
Yeah, Kim Jong-un's sister. Yeah.
And then we all got curious, and then he came back. That was a great, dramatic, tense moment.
People do shit like that just to find out if they got rats in their camp.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a good
just
move.
to flush out the rats.
That's what Tyson Fury did. Yeah, he had this feeling that someone was
I wonder if that's why Trump gave himself COVID. He's like, I just want to see who's got rats.
Gave himself a little shot.
Yeah.
Jamie, what are you doing?
Jamie, do you
Jamie's
have an
got his
update
new Little Pump rap
on the election?
Joe Biden just won California. I know, big shocker.
Wait a minute. What? How did they do it? I doubt it.
It's literally just announced the whole left coast for Biden.
Yeah, those were all solid.
Wait a minute, Biden won California?
That's ridiculous.
What are they?
That is absurd.
What is the numbers?
It just hit the time, so it just hit 8 o'clock. There's 0% reporting, so I think they just called them because
they just know.
Bro, rigged.
Nevada got an extra hour added onto it. So.
Oh, okay.
So Arizona looks like it's gone blue. New Mexico, Colorado.
What's Arizona now? Isn't that unusual that Arizona goes blue? Wasn't Arizona like a red state for a long time?
I thought it was going to be a lot closer.
No, you're exactly right. That Arizona was a red state for a very long time. But this is the thing. See,
people leaving California.
Biden is polling well in the Sun Belt because it's a lot of old white retirees, and that's who I was saying before. That's where he took from Trump. He did Trump is doing better among Latinos compared to last time.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that Trump was doing better among minorities than he was last time, and Biden is taking all of these old white people from Trump.
Go back to Texas. Let me see Texas. Oh, it's over.
It's over.
That's a big gap in Texas now.
38 electoral votes. That's going to bring Trump up. Florida's going to bring him up.
That's what Texas should. I thought he'd win Texas. I thought Trump would win Texas.
Florida's going to bring Trump up. Ohio's going to bring Trump up.
It's amazing how close Texas is, though, isn't it?
Ohio's going to bring Trump up, and then Pennsylvania.
No, see
everything.
Here's what's going to happen.
Go to Pennsylvania.
Here's what's going to happen. You're going to have.
Very low still.
You're going to have Michigan and Wisconsin are going to flip blue, and then Pennsylvania is really what it's all riding on now.
Pennsylvania's 44%. He's up by 400,000.
Dude, I think Trump wins Pennsylvania.
If Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins.
I think he wins it.
I think he wins it.
There's a lot of steel, a lot of fracking, a lot of steel. What are the miners there? The coal miners.
That was very bad when Joe Biden lied.
They hate Biden.
But when
West Virginia is the coal miner.
But when Joe Biden lied
I'm sorry, but what do they have? What are the mines?
It used to be Pittsburgh used to be steel, but it's not really steel.
That's
anymore.
what I mean.
When Biden lied about fracking, said he never said that he was going to ban fracking, and then
yeah,
there's all
but
these
he's
videos
not fracking. He's not. He wouldn't do that.
But it doesn't matter. He said he was going to ban fracking.
I think
and
he
then
meant on
said,
federal land specifically.
But he never said he was going to ban fracking. But he did, and there's a lot of video of it, and so they caught him on that.
Yes, but I think he's referring to federal land specifically. In other words, I'm not going to ban it for the whole country.
He never said he was going to ban
I know, but
fracking.
they're kind of misstating it because they want to make it seem like, oh, he's going to ban it all across the country. No, he said I won't ban it on I will ban it on federal lands. Which, by the way, listen, I live in New York. They banned fracking in New York because they cause fucking earthquakes and they pollute the fucking water. There's a real problem with fracking.
Oh yeah, fracking. I'm not a pro fracking guy.
Right.
The one thing that
I like
fracking's
a little
done,
fracking.
one thing that fracking's done that's good is it's released our dependence on foreign oil.
But I do think we need to. And Biden got a lot of shit for saying this, but it's absolutely true. At some point, we're gonna have to fucking get off the fossil fuels.
Yeah.
We can't do this forever.
Right.
And Biden said by 2050, and people were making a big stink about it, like that's crazy. Like really? That's crazy? What date would you be okay with? 2060? 2070?
Do you think Biden comes out and makes a speech tonight? Do they allow him to speak?
They don't let him talk
Biden,
anymore. Right. It's over. He never talks
Listen,
again.
he may
for
never.
him to speak, they got to pump him up with the Adderall and they got to pump him up with steroids.
What do you think they pump him up with before that first debate?
Could have been Adderall. Could have been Seroquel.
It must be
antipsychotic
right?
medication.
Right.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
Something.
Because all of a sudden he was lucid.
In the debate with Bernie, he
What
couldn't
a
talk for a week.
civilization that we have, where we have to pump the presidential candidate full of antipsychotics before they go out. Isn't there something wrong? It seems like there's something wrong here.
I believe so.
What's the antipsychotic do?
It
makes
stops
the
you from
synapses
being a
fire
psycho. It's Seroquel. It's some antipsychotic medication.
My mother's schizophrenic. They make her take
you
Resperol, things like that. Like
but what is Seroquel?
Gives you more clearer thought.
My friend's father used to take Seroquel. He would like foam at the mouth and fall down. He was like a drunk.
and that happens.
That happens, yeah.
But if he's not psychotic, you still would give him this medication?
No, I was largely joking when I said, I'd give him Seroquel, but you know.
I thought you were serious. I thought it had like some
Adderall is the thing that I would actually
There's
give him.
still 2.2 million mail-in ballots to be counted in Pennsylvania, about 87% of the total.
Yes, so that means that you know,
Wow.
I think Pennsylvania is it's Biden, I think. Sorry.
Really?
I do.
Wait a minute, what?
He was up 6 points in the fucking average of the polls coming into today. It would have been a miracle if Trump pulled it off. 6 points is way outside of the margin of error.
2.2 million is so many.
Of absentee
6
ballots?
points is way outside of the margin of error. Trump can maybe swing at 3 points. He can't swing at fucking 6.
Yeah, but how many of those 2.2 million? Let's say 70% of them go to Biden. Right now, there's a big gap. There's a 6 point
gap. 2.2 million to be counted.
2.2 million. That's 87% of the vote.
How long is that going to take?
Like I said, 4 or 5 days maybe.
Why is there so many
Fuck
mail-in
this
ballots
shit,
in
dude.
Pennsylvania?
Because now, since with COVID, there's a lot of places that have been doing mail-ins,
Fuck.
and everybody rushed to the polls to do mail-in.
Trump lost. Do you see what happened right now? Trump won and then he fucking lost.
We are not going to know. It's going to be up
This
in the
is
air
absurd.
for a long time.
I like this election day, and I hope it lasts for 6 months.
It's kind of crazy that there's like this one state that could literally factor the whole thing.
Now, Hershey Park.
I'm sure you remember this, but in the past, it wasn't Pennsylvania. It was Ohio did it a lot of times. Ohio sometimes, Florida other times.
Yeah, sure.
So, 2000 it was Florida, and then you had 2004, I think it was Ohio. They put it over the
There's never been a situation like this where we're going to go to bed not knowing who the president is.
Oh, yeah, there has. Absolutely.
There's been a ton of
the
those situations.
dangling Chads thing, right?
Well, yeah, but I think even in more elections than that,
There's
I
a
think
lot of ones
many
where
of them we go to sleep not knowing.
We know, but we kind of know.
The Kerry one, right?
Kerry kind of lost, I think, comfortably, actually.
Yeah, this one we really don't know, but a lot of them you would go to bed not knowing, but there was a strong indication.
Wasn't the Kerry one? Was that the dangling Chads one?
No, that was Al Gore in 2000.
Al Gore.
Bush
what was
Gore.
Kerry though? There was something weird about Kerry.
He ran against Bush, and his argument was all like, "Yeah, I'm going to keep doing the Iraq War too, but I'm just smarter than this guy."
No. I mean, there was something weird about the election itself.
Oh, yeah, there was an issue with the voting machines in Ohio, I think.
Right.
It was like a private company that was running them or something.
Diebold. Did you ever see
right.
that documentary, Hacking Democracy?
Yes, I did.
That's a terrifying documentary.
That's not fun, is it?
I mean, listen, just the fact that all the states do it differently, there's no uniform rules as to how to do this at the federal level. Each state determines how they're going to do their own election.
Yeah, that's
so
pretty
it's
bizarre.
wildly different from state to state.
Yeah,
different rules, different time frames.
Should we wrap this up?
I mean, listen, I don't think we're going to know.
Trump won, and then he lost in this podcast.
I don't think we're going to know, Joe.
We'll never know.
Yeah.
We may never know.
People are going to be mad at both you guys for not voting, and me for voting in an irrelevant
Joe
way.
Jorgensen.
Listen, I did what I had to do. I was going to vote. I thought about it, and I looked at the people doing it, and I said, I don't want to be associated with them.
So listen, I just want to reiterate this before we finish, and even though I said it about 78 times tonight, but we have the list of the states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Virginia. They don't count the mail-in ballots as they come in, so they're counting all the votes from today, which are going to skew pro-Trump, and then after they count the mail-in votes, which skew pro-Biden.
Can we see the states again?
So those states, I think, are
in play. Now, let me ask you this: Is there a path where if Trump wins Pennsylvania, where he could still lose the election?
Let me see the map. Let's see. If Trump were to win Pennsylvania, and he wins Ohio, and he wins Florida, see, his problem is he's not going to win Wisconsin and Michigan. I think he might eke out to 278 if he gets... Yeah, if he gets North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, I think that might get him there. But I don't...
Way he could win, or excuse me, Biden could win without getting Pennsylvania, but it would give him 270 exactly, which is like a tough way.
What would that map be?
I'm trying to... I can't check the tweet because you guys are... I have to get it right.
Look at that, 270 to win, 180 to 209.
As of right now, it really all rides on Pennsylvania. Because I'll tell you what, Michigan and Wisconsin are not going to stay pro-Trump. They're 100% flipping to Biden because he's up like 8 to 10 points there in the polls, and we haven't counted the mail-ins yet. So Wisconsin and Michigan are gone for Biden for sure. So it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. And Arizona too a little bit, but it looks like Biden's going to hang on there, which is kind of surprising.
Looks like he's winning it.
That's what I'm saying.
It comes down to PA.
Arizona is another fucking state where the Californians fled to. They all went to Phoenix and Tucson.
But it's more old suburban retirees.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
We're not going to know until
Biden,
tomorrow.
Look at this.
Okay, let me
Arizona
just scroll down. Let me see the map.
Factor. If Michigan and Wisconsin, scroll back up. So read that. Michigan and Wisconsin go to Biden as the candidates campaigns have expected. Then Pennsylvania takes center stage, right? Not necessarily. Biden could lose Pennsylvania and still win the presidency if he wins Arizona, plus Maine 2 and Nebraska 2. Well, he's not going to win Maine.
No, it's split. Those two.
No. Maine 2nd district. That's not the same as Maine.
I see.
It's actually much more likely.
It would be 270 on the nose. Interesting.
Yeah, but I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania.
Wow, what a tight race.
It's a tight race.
And you think Trump's not going to raise fucking hell if he's got 268? Trump's not going to let that shit go. He's going to be like,
what can he do?
Supreme Court.
He'll say fucking fraudulent this, that's fake, this isn't real.
That's where it gets ugly, right? That's
100%.
That's where we have a real problem in this country.
Yeah, when it goes to the Supreme Court.
You remember those people that tried to knock the Biden bus off the road?
Yes.
Yeah. Imagine how they're going to react if they think the Democrats are going to try to steal it. There was a bunch of shit that was happening. I don't know if you saw the violence in North Carolina today where people were trying to block the polls. There was a lot of chaos and police were pepper spraying people at the polls today.
Jeez.
Yeah. It didn't look good.
Doesn't look good.
It looked awful. It's like, God damn it, this is voting.
Is there a shot that we don't know the answer tomorrow?
Yes, there's a very good shot we don't know the answer tomorrow because it might take a while.
What do you think, if you had to guess?
If I had to guess, I think it looks relatively close. I'd say 3 days maybe. We might know the answer.
God, so the weekend.
I'll tell you right now. Flying the fuck out. Listen.
Yeah, you're getting out under the wire.
I'm getting out tomorrow at 6:30 a.m.
It's perfect.
Smart. Go right back to the desert.
Pack your shit. Get ready to move here.
Yeah, it's coming. Not immediately. It's coming. We'll see. It's coming. I gotta see. This might go blue.
Oh, look at this.
We'll see.
No, I think Trump's hanging on.
There's a potential. It's probably very hard, but a potential tie of 269 each. It seems like to get.
Okay,
that would be so
now,
good for the country.
Then they
no
fight.
idea what happens there. Like
no, then they slug it out.
Yeah, then they fight. Duel.
Imagine if there was a
Let
ring
me tell you.
that comes out of the basement of the White House, rises up. They climb in and duke it out with those fucking Bach fist things.
There was only a 4% chance it would end like that, and it seems like that might happen.
Do you know?
What happens in what? In case of a tie?
Yeah. They revote.
I think it goes to Congress. Hold on, let me look.
Because this says that this is from 538, who is everyone's favorite account today because of the polls, but it says in that case Biden would need to carry either Nebraska or Maine's second congressional district to win, and I don't know why those two specifically.
I'm gonna look. I actually don't know what happens if it's a tie, and I'm gonna look now.
Is Nancy Pelosi default or something?
Ooh.
In the United States, a contingent election is the procedure used to elect a president or vice president in the event that no candidate for one or both of these offices wins an absolute majority of votes in the Electoral College. A contingent election for the president is decided by a vote of the United States House of Representatives. Congress decides. While a contingent election for the vice president is decided by a vote of the United States Senate. Oh my God, that's interesting. Because that would mean the Democrats in the House would pick Biden to be president, and then the Republicans in the Senate would pick a Republican to be vice president.
And then what, the Supreme Court picks? So the default, I just go further?
During a contingent election, each House state delegation casts one vote to determine the president rather than a vote from each representative. Senators instead cast votes individually for vice president. The contingent election process was first established in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution. It was subsequently modified by the 12th Amendment in 1804. The phrase contingent election is not found in the text of the Constitution itself, but has been used to describe the procedure since at least 1823.
Wait, so I read over that real quick, and you kind of glossed over. It says that the
Which
president
part?
and vice president are indirectly elected, so that means they each are picked separately?
Right, that's what I said.
It's really a
I know
good
it's going
system.
so fast.
This is a very bad system.
I said you have the Congress picks the president, and then it's the Senate that picks the vice president. The Senate is Republican right now, and Congress is Democratic right now. So you'd have a Democrat at the top of the ticket and a Republican at the bottom of it.
I think you'll have a winner. I think it's just because somebody's going to win. Somebody's going to win these things.
I think it's going to all come down to Pennsylvania, and I still think it's very likely Biden wins Pennsylvania because they got to count all the mail-in ballots, and they're overwhelmingly Biden. But I will say this. Listen, if Biden wins this election and he's got less than 300 electoral votes, yet again, Trump outperformed the polls. He absolutely outperformed the polls. Because all the polls coming into today, if you just copied and pasted, it would have been Biden 351 electoral votes. So that means Trump outperformed the polls yet again if Biden only wins with like 278 or some shit.
So with Pennsylvania and their mail-in votes, like how carefully are those going to be monitored? Like the counting of them. This could get really weird.
It can get really weird. It can get really ugly. We know Trump is probably already going to try to downplay them and get them dismissed. The Republicans are they're doing lawsuits in certain states to try to get the ballots dismissed.
70% of the state voting absentee.
COVID. A lot of states have been doing it like that, where a lot of people don't want to show up to the poll.
It seems odd to me because you can go to the grocery store, you can go somewhere else. I don't know why you can't pull a lever.
Yeah.
That seems odd.
Seems odd.
There are going to be lawsuits where they try
Why
to throw them out.
Pennsylvania won't finish counting absentee ballots till Friday at the earliest. They're busy dealing with Tuesday's in-person voting. Wow, Friday. That's nuts. So here we are on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday.
See, 3 days, like I said.
Oh my God. Wow. When Pennsylvania approved so-called no-excuse absentee mail ballots last fall, meaning any voter can request one without citing a reason, the law didn't allow officials to begin canvassing mail ballots until polls close on election night, according to Lisa Schaefer, the executive director of the County Commissioners Association of Pennsylvania.
By the way, if Biden loses, the Democrats will immediately blame the voters, as if the voters let him down, not that he wasn't a good enough candidate. Because this is exactly what happened in 2016. They immediately started blaming the voters.
Yeah, well, they're going to be bitter. You know, people, when they lose, they blame all kinds of fucking other things other than their own performance.
Well, hey.
We had a few fillet of fish.
Yeah, we tried.
We had a few laughs. If people think that we weren't taking things seriously,
you're right.
That's what we're doing.
Correct.
That's exactly what we're here for.
Correct.
This is not a serious election show. But thank you, gentlemen. It was
thank you for having us.
That was a lot of fun indeed.
Yeah, thank you for coming and explaining things to us.
My pleasure.
In a way that's like
you're welcome.
Informed. No, that guy. Thank you for mocking our system. Thank you, Jamie, for being a big Snopes fan. Appreciate that.
Shell.
Jamie's he's a COVID survivor. Give him some respect.
I know. I kind of shimmied away from him when I saw him at the door. I was like, "All right, are you good, bro?"
He's got the antibodies.
He does.
He's the most safe person in this fucking room.
That's right.
He can cough in his mouth and he'd just brush it right off. All right. Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in. I hope it didn't disappoint you too terribly. Hope you're not mad at me for voting for someone who can't win.
Good luck and enjoy the riots.
I hope you're not mad at Tim Dillon and Kyle Kalinske not voting at all.
Yeah. Chaos. It's going to be chaos coming up in the next few days.
Yeah, I hope.
I really think it is.
Boy, I hope we can get through this as a country. But listen, on the bright side, more people voted than ever.
Thank you.
I think we're aware now.
That's a great point.
The importance of voting.
Thank you. Tim Dillon Show on YouTube. Good luck.
Tim Dillon has a great show. You can watch his podcast. You
Secular Talk.
See him
Secular
live.
Talk on YouTube.
Yeah, well, I was going to get to that eventually. But if you want
to cut you
talk over Tim Dillon's plug,
we're New Yorkers. Is what we do.
Tim Dillon also is on the road. He's hitting the road again, starting to do a lot of gigs.
Yeah, we're trying. We're seeing they're cutting capacity. We're rescheduling some stuff, but we're gonna just fight through it.
They killed the Chicago show,
they're
right?
Just killing them left. And then they're also like going like, hey, some of these clubs like, how about doing 24 shows instead? And I'm like, no, let's wait 2 months. So we'll see.
Well,
thank you guys.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. Peace on earth and goodwill to everybody.
Biden 2020.